Oh, I didn't open up like Twitch or anything to make sure I'm here, but hopefully I'm here.
I can check.
Cool. I was just gonna go with it because it worked last time, and I haven't changed anything.
All right.
We're good.
Okay, it seems like okay. Hold on, let me see.
Oh yeah. I have
Audio
a
seems to be working.
legendary. I have a
Don't
blog
forget
now.
to ping Discord.
It's here. That's a good point. I'm gonna put that in the chatteroonies,
Mm-hmm.
and then this in the Discorderoonies, which I totally would have forgotten today if it were not for the most generous Sir Aid slash Eternal. Compiler, part 58. Macros to
You also need
make
to
your
update the
back
stream title
broke.
on Twitch.
Oh, that's true. I forgot. There's so many things to do. Taxborn, what's up? Oh man. Okay, here we go. Stream information. We're getting there. What are we doing? Macros. Yeah. That's good enough for me. Yeah, there's a blog. I plan on doing stuff occasionally here. There's an RSS feed so that you can just get notified in your aggregator whenever there's a new post. I recommend that. Let's get right into macros. Yeah, we have the most generous Serade here, so to help us, because how many years of experience in LaTeX do you have?
I just said 15 years, so definitely I typically say for the better part of 2 decades, basically, I've been doing LaTeX. So
And there you have it. So we have an expert on the topic of macros, because in case you don't know, LaTeX is basically just a macro engine.
it is just macros. Yep, it's macros
It's,
all the way down.
yes, just like turtles. I wonder if turtles are a macro.
I have no idea.
We'll have to dissect one to find out.
Oh dear.
That's next stream.
Yeah, that IRL stream.
I don't know if Twitch will like that, but we're
Hmm.
doing it for science to figure out,
You know,
are
you
turtles a
can do it in
macro?
the science and technology section or whatever it's called. I
That's right.
guess it
That's
counts
right.
biology, I suppose. Anyway, but today we're doing programming. Um,
We are. I don't know of what kind.
in Alexa.
Yeah.
We won't have to modify anything other than Alexa, but we'll see.
and
And Alexa
in
is the answer because, of course, it's in the same file.
yeah,
Naturally. Okay,
we can move it. I think it's all in its own section. It wouldn't be
it's
too
fine.
bad.
It's fine. We'll have to declare stuff all over the place, and that will be horrible, so let's not do that.
That's true.
So, um,
So when we
I
get a
think, yeah, is your
token,
Emacs chat? Okay, yeah, it is working. It's just not displaying on my screen share, but it is working.
legendary. Okay. Oh, I wonder if. Okay, yeah, that's the problem. I remember now. The stupid white bar. That's my problem with Emacs too. That's why I run it full screen and not maximized, because of this big white bar that you can't
Ah,
change the
yes,
color
the
of.
Windows title bar. That I don't think there's a way to change it.
You can't.
The
It's
way
just like
web
that.
browsers do it, web browsers get away with it because they don't have title bars. They just render their own title bars using HTML.
Exactly.
Because they can do it, it's a goddamn web browser. They probably use HTML for everything in there. Why wouldn't you?
Oh God, a web browser made an Electron.
I mean, the web browser is just a render. It's just a fancy renderer and like 10,000 other things. I wouldn't be surprised if the browser UI itself was made using HTML and CSS.
That's cursed. I never thought about that. What are the tab bars written in?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we get a token,
Okay, so
let's
there's two things we need to do basically, and that's macro definitions and macro expansion. Three things. There's three things we need to do. There's macro definitions, so lexing macro definitions, lexing macro expansions, and then actually expanding macros. But that's all there is to it.
so we have macro definition, macro expansion. Was there
Yeah,
something
and
in
macro
between those?
expansion has like two parts to it. Because you
Okay.
initially encounter the macro, then you have to pass the argument, or rather lex, I suppose, the argument list. and then it goes on the stack, and then you expand the tokens from it, basically.
Okay. Okay. So we have some macro foo, let's say.
So, have you thought about a syntax? Are you gonna use the one I proposed or something like that, or
I'm
what
gonna
we're gonna
use
do?
I'm gonna use one very similar, but
Hmm.
it's gonna kind of also match my syntax. I'm gonna use brackets instead of an end
Okay. The
macro.
reason why I didn't do that is so you can have braces in the argument list
Well,
as
there's gonna be
tokens without.
I was thinking about an emit or expands or
I used expands, but yeah, sure, you can probably do that.
so like this. Macro foo would emit 49. And you don't need the brackets. Is that a bad?
Oh dear, no. Oh dear, no. I wouldn't do that. Like, no. Because here we're not operating on the level of expressions. We're operating on tokens, so you have to tell it where it ends.
Okay, so we do need the braces.
I would definitely have a terminator, and the reason why I chose something like end macro is so you can use all the other tokens in there without running into problems. Because what if you want a macro that emits a single closing brace? How would you do that?
Right, it would have to be look like that, but then we wouldn't be able to tell
Hmm.
whether, yeah, okay. So I see. So we
That's
kind
why
of
I
need
use
an ending keyword.
That's why I use the token, and it would only have that meaning in a macro definition. It would be a contextual keyword.
Right, you couldn't just say end macro.
No, yeah,
That'd
but
be unrecognized. Okay.
that's also why I think that typically there's like a begin and end keyword for macros very often, even if a language doesn't have begin and end, simply because it's otherwise annoying to deal with.
Maybe something like this?
Sure, the exact spelling doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I think end, I don't think we're going to use end for anything else. And
Sure.
because it's contextual, well, I guess you might want a macro that deals with something called end. Yeah, we're just gonna steal very much your syntax with macro foo,
Okay.
blah 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 49 and macro. I was gonna do the braces, but that's not a technical
Yeah,
possibility.
I've thought about that already. There's a reason why I didn't go for that.
That's
Um,
fair.
what was I gonna say? So,
Cheeky.
um, let's make this a bit more fun and make this a macro that accepts arguments too, so we can just do that as
Ah,
well.
yes. So let's do, what do we have? Do we have all the
So
operators?
for this language, what I suggest, because okay, there's first of all, you can probably just put any token in there and it will just match those tokens literally. But if you want to like capture something, what would make sense for this language is, uh, I mean, I used the hash sign, but that's already used. We already use that as an operator. So maybe we
Ideally,
can use
yes.
dollar sign or something. So like something like dollar foo, and then because this language has variable colon type, you could just have colon and then the type of token you're matching. So, and I would probably make token the default or something.
Right, so we can just put arg1 and it'll
So we
capture
can just
anything.
add one for now and not bother with the rest for now. And
Right.
then later we'd probably do something like if they would probably I would probably check for white space there. Where if there is white space around the colon, then it's a colon. But if there's no white space, then it's the type of the macro argument, something like that.
Ideally, it would be white space
Yeah, but we
independent.
also want to be able to generate literal colons, especially because they're used in this language. So I don't really see a good way around that.
I don't either, unless we had a different terrible syntax.
If you can think of a different one, sure. I
Well, I can
just
think of a terrible one, which is like something like that.
That is rather verbose, and it also matches
Yes.
exactly array syntax. So
So then all we have to do is put a dollar in front.
okay, that's a bit too much, I'd argue.
Yeah, that's also what I was gonna say. I can come up with one that works. It's just not nice. So yeah, maybe white space does matter for macros.
Mm.
King Bun's eyes. Oh,
Yeah.
we're figuring
But
it
anyway,
out.
something like this, and then maybe you could actually consider using arg1 in like the thing it emits.
Ah, yes. So just identity.
That's a very simple macro, sure.
Yeah, we'll get, and then we'll get to twice, is what we'll get to.
Oh, I wouldn't. That one is dangerous.
That one's bad.
Yeah, how are you gonna stop it from expanding?
Well, if we pass 2, is what you're saying?
Yeah, if you pass it to it. Okay, you can pass. What you shouldn't do is pass it to itself, but if you pass something else, it will probably work. Sure, that
Yeah,
works.
yeah.
Just don't pass it to itself.
Not
Otherwise, it's literally just the lambda XX thing that just calls itself indefinitely.
exactly. Then we have some sort of macro argument. And we have any amount of those. We have emits. And then we have anything, right?
Yeah, any tokens just.
We'll just put a star. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, there's no good way of denoting that. I just literally wrote tokens.
Okay. And then after any
And
amount
then
of tokens, we need the end macro. And putting this on its own makes the most sense, I think. Okay. These are kind of the 3 parts that we have to deal with.
essentially, yeah.
So in the parser, we're going to need a new keyword.
Macro has to be a keyword, yes, but not the other two.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And keyword. Just add it
It
here, I
doesn't even
guess.
really need to be a keyword because it's handled in the Lex. I could just check identifiers, but yeah, it
That's
just
true. Because we could, yeah.
because we have to check for that anyway.
When it's a keyword and not a number, this is like
No,
S32. Yeah, S32 and stuff like that.
oh, I see. Well, yeah, I mean the string macro is not gonna equal either of those, so
Yeah, should be good. Size does not equal.
we have a macro for that that checks if two strings are equal.
What is
So
it?
we don't have to do this horribleness.
String equals.
I
Strings
think it's
equal.
Q, or is it STIQ?
It is just
String.
string EQ. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Put this bad boy in there. What do we have? What do we want to compare P talk text?
I think it takes spans, yeah.
Literal.
Yeah, I think so. It's been a while since I. Yeah, there we go. Also, we've got a question in chat.
Vegan. Hey Beast 2020. Bye guys. Who's on Discord? Oh, 2020 bye guys is a emote. I see now.
Yes, it would seem that it
Hey
is.
Beast, who's on Discord? It's Sarade/Eternal. You've
Mhm.
likely seen him in the Discord, and he's been on the stream many a time. The most generous Sarade. Okay. We have done this.
All right. I'd probably just put a
Yeet.
handle macro definition or whatever in here and just put that all in a separate function. Otherwise, this is going to get long.
That's probably a good idea. It's already a long function.
Oh, is this all in Lex token? Jesus Christ.
Not next macro. I'm just gonna say, well, how don't we have to return, not return, but set the parser? I guess, yeah. Okay. Never mind. I'm crazy. Ignore me.
Yeah, I just called that and return.
From in here.
Yes, because we will have to read the next token after the macro, so it will call next token afterwards once it's done.
Okay.
So just return here, and next macro will call next token because it'll have to do some cleanup and all that.
What go we break and then we probably do want to set that.
No, because the token beginning is going to be entirely different. So this token is just gone now, and we will call next token we'll just call it again when we're done with next macro, and that will create a fresh token and just do all of that again. So we
I
just
see
stop.
what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's an exclusive Twitch emote I got during lockdown. Nice. Doritos chip. We got more eyes from Asinin. What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for tuning in. We got Asinin, Taxborn, Mouse's X, King Buns, vegan. We got everybody in here. And we're implementing macros. And Yanariel. What's up, Yanariel? Oh, are you must be Yan. Okay. So what you're saying is when we've called next token, but we're actually going to set the token entirely separately from within next macro, so we don't have to actually go back to handling the token that we have here. We can just start. At this point, the parser state, well, is just past the macro keyword. Is this correct?
Did you skip it?
I did, I believe. Or did I not?
Did you?
Oh, I called the yeet macro, then called next macro. Nice.
Okay.
We're just going to call next macro. Is at the macro keyword. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
Yes. So now it gets a bit more complicated.
So now we have to parse an identifier.
Yes, but
I don't know if that's going
also
to work.
it's a bit we have to do something else first, and that's not immediately obvious. And we have to basically set the Lexa to raw mode because we don't want to expand macros in the argument list of a macro. So before we also never call next identifier directly, ever. To only call next token. Next identifier has very specific assumptions about what the state of the Lexa is. Like the only thing that should ever be called directly is next token. And if you're going to put it there, you're going to have to forward declare it, I think. If it's not already forward declared.
That's fair. So basically, are you saying we need to add something to the parser? A state that like raw mode?
Yes, we need a bool or something that
Okay.
tells it whether it's in raw mode or not.
Do we have? Okay, no. I'm just gonna pop it in here.
That makes sense, yes.
Should we call it literal? Let's just go raw mode. When true, don't expand macros as
Yeah, I
they are
think that's
encountered.
currently the only thing that it would do in this compiler. I don't think we have pragmas or anything just yet, so...
Would it also ignore pragmas?
It would basically like inhibit the expansion of anything that's handled at Lexan time. So...
Okay. Don't expand anything.
Yeah, basically.
Like macros as they are encountered. Sure. Okay, now we have raw mode. We want to set that by default to false, presumably. So where do we set cur?
So...
Probably here?
It's initialized to 0 anyway, but sure, you can set it to false.
Yeah, just in case.
So, and in, I think the only place we care about is where we just were, like somewhere here. If you...
Here, right?
Just set it. And we don't have temp set, so we're going to have to be careful about early returns here.
Yes. Every time we return, we'll have to set raw mode false. Now we parse the identifier list.
Well, it's only one identifier. That's the name of the macro.
Parse identifier, then token list.
Yeah.
So we'll do this. Name of macro.
I love how everywhere else is just 3 slashes and you're using 2.
I'm just like that. Sicko mode. Taxborn says, doing great, writing some code at work and listening to this in the background. Legendary. Hopefully you learned something about macros. Because I know I will. Parse. Skip. Emit. Parse. output token list. And that should be it. Parse end macro.
Pretty much.
Whew. Okay. And now we're going to call next token from here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the problem is we have to call next token twice because we have to yeet macro, right?
Yes.
Okay. How do we not encounter macro? Don't we have to... we have to advance the Lexer state past macro somehow, don't we? Is
That's
this...
what that does,
Okay,
yes.
I'm just making sure. I feel like this is gonna infinitely loop.
No.
Okay.
Well, it's infinitely it's going to infinitely loop if you don't handle raw mode properly in where you pass identifiers. Well, it should probably also just ignore the it should both ignore the macro keyword, I suppose, if it's the name of the macro, but it probably should also issue a warning because that's not gonna behave. I mean, in the argument list, it should probably issue a warning because that's not gonna behave the way you want to.
Yeah, in the output, macros
Output
defining
is fine.
macros should be okay.
Yeah, but in the argument list, that's a bit of a degenerate thing to do. Like just putting
Mm-hmm.
the like macro in there, or calling a macro because that's never gonna work.
So in here, we should say if raw mode bad.
No, not necessarily. If
Okay.
raw mode, we just so just put that main if statement that just put not raw mode and equals.
Okay, so we just want to ignore it entirely.
Yeah, and then and then if someone puts a macro in there, I mean, we don't necessarily have to handle it. They'll just blow themselves up automatically. They'll just come some. I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's not gonna end well. But if you do that, that's your fault. Like,
Yeah, we can just say if we ever write a standard, that's an ill-formed program.
yeah, it's just gonna
Oh,
do something.
macro with an argument list of macro equals ill-formed program. There, that's in stone now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So hopefully this token is, so we need to consume, well, not consume, I guess. We just need to ensure. Do we have expect?
Do
We
we have?
don't.
I don't think we have that.
So if ptalk type does not equal token identifier, error. A macro must, oh, that's a little much. I've been writing too much, too
Mm.
much markup language. Ugh. A macro must, I'm going to make this even simpler. I'm going to say the
Expected
token,
identifier.
yeah, expected identifier following.
The classic parser. So there's one problem here. Error returns.
Yes, it does.
So I think there's a macro error don't return or something, or we do that.
Well, it actually doesn't return. Isn't it a no return? Does error
Yeah.
return?
It did long jumps. That's true, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
because it's fail.
In that case, okay, fair enough.
I will state that because if we ever change how that works, it's gonna bite us.
Sure, so we'll have to reset it every time. That's annoying, but
What about
I'm in C, I suppose.
what if we just did it in here because we have the parser?
You could make a new macro for that, sure.
Like we could just do it every time, right?
I mean, that's kind of
It's too cursed. It's too cursed.
yeah. You'd be adding that to every place in the past.
Yeah, yeah. We won't do that. We won't do
You
that.
can make a new macro if you want to.
Nah, we'll just we'll do this. We'll set it. Just we'll religiously set it, even if we don't need to.
Mhm.
What's a better word than religiously there? Like do it no matter what. Why are you mad?
Is it token ident?
Ah, yes, I didn't write this.
There we go.
King Buns, what defines a program? No,
Oh
it's
dear.
has nobody seen War Games? Whopper? What is a program? Nobody caught that. That's
I have
awesome.
no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. The movie War Games. It's Keanu Reeves, right? Isn't he great?
It's from 1983, interestingly, so I'm surprised that I don't know it.
No, it's that's right. Matthew Broderick. That's who it is. Matthew Broderick. This man's.
That is not Keanu Reeves.
It is not. He looks very similar in the 80s, I promise you.
Does he? I see what it is.
He does. He does. You can see him there. His little face. Anyways, there's a big thing, the Whopper, built by NORAD, and it's a big computer, and it basically is a computer that gains it's the singularity story. The computer gains like too much knowledge and it starts getting dangerous. And he has to
Mm,
fight the computer basically and play war games. Like don't kill all of humanity in your little
I see.
game. It's a good movie if you haven't seen it. I really recommend
Mm.
it. Anywho, King Buns, it's a great movie. Hey, you've seen it. King Buns, Whopper, 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 Whopper. Yes. Bengineer, no. Rip. No. What's up, Bengineer? What's going wrong? What are you making a Lisp interpreter? First time chat from chat. Ooh, that's a confusing one. We are currently making a compiler of which we are working on the macro system right now. So we are defining Lexer sort of and AST level macros that look like this. There's not syntax highlighting yet, but we'll get there. Anyway, we're working on writing this right now. Engineer said that is not what happens in the movie. What the fuck? What? I promise you it is. There's a big bad computer. There's a teenager. He has to go fight the computer. It's not like a fight because it's a computer. It's not a physical fight. You just have to make the computer do what you want. And it's trying to
Mm.
do what it wants. Maybe fight isn't a good term. Engineer says it is something like that. All right, legendary. Legendary.
Mm.
Compiler for what language or IR or bytecode? It's a compiler from scratch in C with no dependencies at the moment. So that should answer a lot of that for you. And it compiles this language called intercept, of which there's many examples. Here's rule 110 that I have written in it. And it compiles this language currently into a few different targets, but that's mostly just x86-64, either object files or assembly. And we have our own IR and everything like that. Anyway, let's get to macros. I am done stalling. How do we parse a token list? Oh, we also have to save the name of the macro, presumably.
That's probably a good idea.
How do we save a bunch of macro names?
In a vector, probably.
Yeah, we could do a hash table. Oh, we'll do a vector for now, and then I'll rewrite it at some point.
You could use C++ and use a standard on.map, that's true.
Yeah, that's too easy. Typedef a vector of strings, and I want this typedef to be macro names. Do we need to store the macros here as well?
Yes.
How do we store a macro?
We make it a struct.
Yes. So we need a name.
Mm-hmm.
We need a list of tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm getting scared.
Put that in line too, but sure, that works, I guess.
We're going to need multiple.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter if they're the same or not.
That's true. So this is going to be in, no, argue, parameters.
Sure.
So this goes between the macro and emit keyword.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the emit keyword, everything after that, and in between the emit and end macro, we're going to have the expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure I got this. And what we're going to do is go through, when we encounter name plus parameters, we're going to go through expansion, mapping whatever parameters we have, etc.
Mm-hmm. What you probably also want is a location.
Ah, good point.
Did
I
it really call it source location in this?
Nope, did that
I
backwards.
was gonna say source location is a horribly verbose name, verbose name for something that's so common.
Okay, so we have source
Clang calls it
location,
source location,
name.
I'm pretty sure though, so
That's not bad. Okay, so now we have a macro, and then this is just going to be macro vector. Why not? Coolio. Oh, your own custom lang. Nice. Yep, chat. It's weird talking to chat in chat. It's a good moment to have during the macro stream though. Parse token list. Duh. Yeah, easy. Okay,
mm-hmm.
so basically we're going to want to get a token at a time and add it to parameters until we find the emit keyword.
Mm-hmm.
So while we're going to want to yeet identifier, yeet name of macro, right?
You're going a bit too fast there.
Okay, that's fair.
You've called next token 3 times now.
Yes, one to skip macro. Oh, oh.
Yes.
So this should not be there.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
I would also suggest saving the identifier.
Ah, no, we don't need that. Yeah, that's a good point. Macro out. Sure. Is it string dupe? It is string dupe.
I think so, yeah.
Is this C code more like C98 or C11? C11.
C11.
We're gonna have to do the other thing. I kind of like emits, and I don't know why.
It doesn't really matter.
It
So
it doesn't.
whenever you
It doesn't. That's a good point. I just wrote emit down here.
Okay. There's one thing you're forgetting about here.
Okay, so
How we need to check that it's what?
so
What kind of token is this?
oh yeah, otherwise we're just going to be accessing like text even though it's a number. That might be a small problem. I'm getting worse at programming. It needs to be an ident. So it needs to be an
Why?
ident.
Oh yeah, that's right. Never mind. Yeah, yeah. While okay, that's not right, I think. So
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to
there's
put the
also
not
another
in
problem. What
somewhere
if we hit
else.
end of file?
Well, it won't be an ident. No, you're right. That's going to be handled right inside the while loop. I've done that
Yes, so
before.
what I would suggest is making an infinite loop and checking and putting a switch statement on the token type inside of the while loop.
That's also a possibility, right? We could we'll see. We'll see. If because we're just gonna have an error, a very specific error here, right? Which is like reached end of file when when lexing argument tokens of macro. Sure. And we might want to do error at and keep the source location of the identifier around.
Mm-hmm.
So something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And output source location. Okay. Legendary. So we have an error now. So until we reach emits, if we get end of file, we put out this error. Otherwise, we're just going to be pushing this thing into the parameters. Then what are we pushing? ptalk?
What does that contain a string or a span? If it's a span, if it's a string, we're about to run into some pain. It's a string buffer that's even worse. Okay.
Why?
You're gonna have to copy that.
We can't just use the same one.
No, why can we not just use the same one?
Are we going to change it?
Yes, we overwrite it constantly
That's
whenever
fair.
we next identifier.
Ah, yes, naturally. So we just need to create
Correct.
one for each parameter. Okay.
When you push the token, if the text is meaningful, you have to duplicate the string buffer. Otherwise, you can just set it to 0. You don't have to copy it every time.
Uh, heap allocated values need deep copied. I see why you recommended the switch now.
In C++, this is easy because it just gets copied automatically. Because the copy constructors.
That's true. So if it's a ident, is that all that we care about if that has the
No.
text? We're not going to have macros. What other tokens do we have that need text? Number, string. That would be one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You don't need fall through that.
I don't need
If
it.
it's two adjacent case labels, you don't need it.
That is true. I put it there anyway. Just out of caution. And the default is just going to be break. Okay. Arbitrary int. Does that have text?
Probably not. I'm not sure how you implement it, but I would have put it in the integer field. So
I gotta check.
there we go. Yeah.
Okay, it's in the integer. Legendary. Where was I? Next macro. And in this case, we're gonna have to say new token. Dot text dot also is equal to, do we have string buffer copy?
No, but you can just string copy and set the capacity to 0 since we're not going to be changing these tokens anyway.
I see, I see. So we're going to be copying. It's a little cursed, but yeah.
Close.
String dupe, source.data, source to size.
That returns a string, so you're going to have to assign some fields manually.
Ah, naturally. This is cursed. And then we're going to have to say, because this is a string buffer, then data is going to be equal to new string dot hello. Okay, that's just gone. Okay, new string dot data or size.
All the way over there. Brilliant.
Naturally. Oh no, it's a macro. King Bun says, what does the 0 create? Is that a struct? The 0 up here is a 0 initialized anything. So basically, we're saying that this macro struct, when we're creating it, should have everything zeroed out instead of just being stack initialized. Okay, where are we at?
Okay, there's a bug there in line 324. What are you duplicating?
This thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been duplicated into new string.
Oh, you're shallow copying. Oh dear, I see how it is. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
That can just be 0. It doesn't really matter.
That's true. Chat says, I love your stream. I'm glad I found it. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying. Also, Miguel Mejeca, Bengineer, Not So Red One, Chat, and G Flat Minor. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. This horribleness is because we don't have a way to duplicate string buffer. Cool. Okay, does this make any sense?
I think so.
Okay, we're leaking this though.
No,
No?
we just need to delete it later.
Okay, because ptalk will still have it.
Mhm.
So when does delete it later mean?
For the sake of our sanity, in the default case, 0 out the string buffer if you're shallow copying it.
Oh,
Otherwise, deleting this is going to be fun.
yes, I see what you're saying. So you're saying this thing, we can't do that, but
You can do that. You can.
I can.
Yes. Put
I have to
parens
cast to string
string.
buffer
There we go.
naturally.
Struct literal. That's how you do it in C.
It's a beauty. So now we push this new token, which has been deep copied into the parameters.
Mm-hmm. You probably want to make that a separate function because you're going to need that again later. So just
Which
deep
part?
copy token or something.
So
Deep
deep
copying the
copy
token.
token. Okay.
Or just copy token because it's pretty clear what that does.
I don't know what I was thinking there. Paste the switch statement. Go up, please. What have I done? I can't go up. Okay, there we go. I was hitting Control P and it's just not going up. Something like this.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can just pass in a token. It'll also make it very clear we're not just shallow copying.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have to return new talk. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Geez. Now, copy me this token, please. And push deep copy token into parameters.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Do this again. This time with end macro. When lexing expansion tokens of macro. Okay. This one we don't have to deep copy anything.
We still do.
We still need to deep copy the expansion. Okay. Okay. So this is a new expansion token. This is a new, yes, okay, okay. And now we just skip end macro.
But careful. Before we do that, we need to turn raw mode back off.
Ooh, that's a good point. Oh, wait, what? Before we skip end macro?
Yes, because otherwise it will lex the next token in raw mode.
Gotcha.
Also, I think we can, earlier where you set raw mode to false before you raised an error, I think you can just remove that, because if you're raising an error, then this entire thing is kind of broken already and there's no recovering from it currently, so it doesn't matter whether it's left in raw mode or not, honestly.
That's true. But
Like,
if we
when
emitted a warning,
errors,
then it would need to be there,
it's
right?
definitely not a warning, though.
No, not here. So we can probably simplify this. Yeah, we'll just have to remember. So before we get out of here, we're not in raw mode. When we get in here, we're in raw mode. Put this at the top. Sure. Honestly, move this here. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter where that goes.
that's most of it, but there's two things missing here. Handling the arguments like the dollar thing is, we still need to first make sure that we don't have duplicates, and also that any arguments used in the body of the macro are actually declared.
Huh. So that's going to be a new type of token.
Probably, yeah, it should be.
Confusing. Okay, so we're going to have a new Lexer token. Not there. Here. We're going to have a new Lexer token that means this thing, right?
Yeah,
And possibly this thing.
yeah, it should just be one token for all of that.
Yes. Okay. Just checking. So that's going to be token macro arg or
So,
okay. So this token macro arg. The Big Nick says, greetings. What's up, the Big Nick? How's it going?
that's why I said switch statement.
Yeah, I'm getting it now.
Mhm.
It's definitely starting to make sense. So if it's a macro argument, what do we have to do?
Make sure that we don't have duplicates, and also we need to kind of keep them around so we can check that they exist when they're referenced in the body.
So what does a macro arg actually have? It has like a token
Name.
category.
Yeah, which currently is just going to be token, and the main thing it has is a name.
So we have some thing with
Um,
a name.
well, it's just a token, so all of that we can
This,
just reuse the token
I see.
that already has a text field.
I'm getting you now. So, oh man, this hurts my head. But don't we have to store two? But we have integer and, okay. So this means that we're going to be setting integer to the type,
Sure.
like token category. And then we're going to be setting the text just to the bit of the macro arg that is the name, right?
Yeah. I mean, whether or not you include the leading dollar sign doesn't really matter.
Right. So how do we actually do that? So we don't actually have to handle this here, do we? Because we have to
Uh,
actually parse, like, lex this
yeah, well,
somewhere.
we're lexing it somewhere else, but here we need to handle it when we encounter it.
Which in the argument list, we just push it, right? It should be all
Well,
equal.
I suppose you can do that. Yeah, sure. And then you'd have to, yeah, okay, you can iterate over the entire parameter list every time. That works, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. Or we could keep a separate vector of just the things we've already seen. Whereas here, we're going to have to ensure macro arg exists in parameter list.
And also, we need to make sure that we don't have duplicates, so let's do that too.
Ooh, up here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's why we need to do this. So ensure macro arg doesn't exist in parameter list. Ah. This is kind of sketchy. We're pushing. No, it's fine. It's fine. I just got scared. I got my iterator invalidation spidey sense. So I was like, oh no. If param type is equal to token, is that right? What is param? Yeah, it's a, yeah. Is equal to a macro arg. Found duplicate. And I'm gonna have to do string equals here on param text and octext. And that's going to be break after saying found duplicate equals true.
You could probably also use findif for that. Because we
Vector
do have
findif?
macro for that. Or vector contains a vector findif. Yeah.
How does it work?
Okay, so this one is complicated. It accepts 4 arguments. The first one is the vector. The second one is the out parameter that will be set to a pointer to the thing it finds. So you have to, that should be a token or token pointer. I think a token pointer or something. I'm not sure which one. I think it's a token pointer, yeah.
What is
The index,
index?
that's the name of the index. So that's a name that the index will be bound to. And then the fourth parameter is an expression, and that's the test, so that you can put the if condition in there. Except that you'll have to check against, you'll have to, instead of param, you'll
Whoa.
manually have to do like vector data index.
I don't know if that's easier.
Yeah, well, it's the best way I can do without typos. That's if you
It's
want
not your fault. The macro is
such
great.
it, then we could just either drop MSVC support or switch to C++, you know.
That's true. Those are doable. So even if we did this thing, so you're saying param I'd have to replace with out.parameters.data at index?
Mm-hmm. We can call index I instead if that's shorter.
At this point, I don't know if that would help.
Also, there's a new messaging chat.
Ooh, Handrick, I've seen you before. Are larger fonts using Vim tabs, what? More productive and comfortable than using smaller fonts? I'm having headaches and I think that might be it, as I use very small fonts. Using small fonts would make your eyes have to work harder to see what they're seeing, so it would make sense that you would get headaches.
Mhm.
Kevlar Brecher says, hi. What's up, Kevlar? Also, Afane and Homya40K1, thank you so much for the follows.
Mm.
You have a headache because you work in IT. It's normal.
Mm.
So we don't need this whole for each. And then we can say if found error, right?
Yes.
And actually we want this to be a regular duplicate macro argument identifier. Pick another name.
Honestly, could probably improve vector findef by instead just binding a name to it locally. That should work because it's a statement anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
we could rewrite that eventually or add a second version.
Oh, that's true. Instead of binding this index, we could bind found itself.
No, not found, like another variable called param or something. Or
I
element,
see.
whatever.
Yeah. Because then we would populate found as an out variable. We would use param as our iterator. Yeah. Okay. This should do that thing. And this should do that thing.
I know. I remember why I didn't do that. Because you need typo for that. Unless you want to pass in the type, and that's also horrible. So yeah,
That's
we
true
really just
because
need typo. This is so annoying. Like programming in C without any measure of reflection is just horrid.
it can be pretty rough sometimes. And then not found, we should say macro argument identifier encountered does not refer to a bound macro argument.
How about a redefinition of macro argument?
That's not what this is. This is if we don't find a
Oh,
macro
that's the other
argument.
one.
Yes, this is
Ah,
the other
never
one.
mind. Yeah. What's the error message for the other one? For the
Uh,
other case?
let's see. Duplicate macro argument identifier, pick another name.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I
Okay.
was confused because the two are very similar.
Yeah, these bits of code look identical. I don't blame you.
It's more
So
just a negation. Yeah.
macro argument identifier does not refer to a bound macro argument. Maybe a typo? Okay, beautiful. And then that should be it. Then we just push this thing, right?
Yeah.
Or do we need like a macro argument that references another macro argument? Do we need macro argument reference token?
No.
Okay. So how do
Primitive
we,
structure knows from the past the macro expansion.
okay. At this point, should we be lexing macros?
What do you mean?
Like at this point, are we done with this part? I think we are.
I think we're done, yeah, with this part.
And at this point, we need to go on to the actual
Yeah, wait,
parsing of macro arguments.
yeah, we did Lex macro argument tokens and then macro expansions, and then expand macros.
Yes. That sounds like a good plan. So
Let me double check if that's everything there is to it. Macro definition, allocate new macro.
what if we did,
Mhm.
how cursed?
Oh, are you calling next token inside the loops?
Yes,
Okay,
probably. Is that bad? It's in raw
probably.
mode.
Or are you?
No, I'm not. We need to, don't we?
Yes, because that's a good way to spin indefinitely.
So, yes.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, that's beautiful. I can't believe you just thought of that while it wasn't even on screen.
it's on my screen. I'm looking at my code.
Nice. I see.
Mm.
So, when we get a dollar, It's technically part of the start of an identifier right now.
Yeah, currently we'll have to change that. Also, be right back.
Okay. Or we get to change the syntax. So instead of using dollar, does anybody have any recommendations so that we can keep $dollar as an identifier in the language? Any recommendations? I mean, the idea is eventually we'll be able to treat anything as an identifier using some sort of escape syntax, but for now, how do we deal with this $sign thing? We could just have it. I don't think it's a big deal to just make it do this and remove it from identifiers. I think that's fine. Zero width character. Yes, just insert a zero width space. And there we go. We've done it. We have a beautiful zero width spaces. Lamau. No, but maybe dollar? I think, unless anybody has anything, this is what we're going to go with. It could be a digraph or a trigraph. Could do like s less than. We could do that thing, whatever that thing is, you know, a pipe and then a greater than sign. We could do pipe less than pipe. We could do, what else could we do? Pipe is used. We're already using not, at, hash, dollar we're not using, percentage is modulo, caret we might not be using, address of, multiply, parens. That'd be cursed, just do commas. A double comma. We'll go with the $sign for now. I don't think it matters. Coolio. And that should be fine. In which case, we now need a new token kind, don't we? Token dollar. And now a token dollar will be a macro argument. And we could have this, ooh. So this is kind of cursed, but I think what we could do is have this be a contextual. Yeah. So a macro argument will only ever be parsed in raw mode. So we could say if we're in raw mode, a $sign is actually a macro argument beginning. But if we're not in raw mode, we could say it's actually part of an identifier. So that you could have, for example, like my identifier, and then you could also have macro, my macro with like $arg1. Is tilde a taken symbol? I don't think so. It's hard to type for a lot of people. Nobody X0, thank you so much for the follow. And Kevlar Brecher, thank you. Okay, parse identifier, name a macro, blah, 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 blah. So now, it may be interesting to parse dollar as an identifier when not in raw mode. Okay.
All right, I see we're lexing.
Yes, we are. I've added a new token type for token dollar, but I don't know that we need that because we're going to be using token macro arg for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. I'm making sure. And then I had this other thought. It may be interesting to parse dollar as an identifier when not in raw mode.
Yeah, that's an option.
Okay, just I wanted to make sure that wasn't insane. So when we get dollar, we may want to have some fancy thing where it kind of calls next token again, or maybe it just falls through into the identifier handling.
Mm.
Something like that. That's a to-do
Mhm.
though. So we get a macro argument, but then we need to parse an identifier.
Yes.
How does that work? Because we're currently lexing. How do we lex an identifier? Is this when next identifier comes into play?
Uh, Actually, let me check. Hold on. Uh, where's the main
Because we're
thing
literally
here?
at the dollar.
Mm-hmm. Um, okay. I literally just call next token in my implementation,
So we get the
which I
dollar.
suppose allows white space between the dollar sign and the identifier, but sure.
That's fine. That's
So
fine.
next, you need to call next char to skip the character and then next token. Otherwise you will get an infinite loop.
So this yeets dollar.
Yeah.
Get name of argument. Identifier.
Mm-hmm.
Then error.
Mm-hmm.
Expected identifier.
Mm-hmm.
Following dollar to name macro argument.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. Hopefully that's fine.
Yeah.
And at this point, we want to save the name and then skip it,
And well, you can make it a bit easier. You can just set the token type to macro arg.
which I've done.
Yes, you do that now, and that's
Okay.
it. That's done.
So the text.
Don't call next token again. We actually want to use this token.
Okay, that's a fair point. And then
That's it.
we're going to have to do this thing, right?
Yeah. We'll do that eventually.
Okay. I'm just going to put this as like to
I'm
do.
not sure if you already answered to the questions in chat, but there are some questions in chat.
Okay. Oh, not the latest. Zoom Dev, first time chat. What's up? I like your logo. How did you come up with the idea of it? It's a lambda, right? I needed a logo and I knew that I wanted a lambda for a long time. I was playing Half-Life 2 again at the time.
I see. Interesting. I thought it was because of Lisp.
Well, that is a large part of it. I was playing Half-Life 2 at the time, and I was also writing a text editor in Lisp
I see. I
right
see.
when I started this channel. And I was
Mm,
really into, I was also getting into Haskell. I learned a little bit about how it works
that's the
and
logo.
stuff like that. It's a lot of math. It's just math.
Yes, I know.
But yeah,
Looked into
that,
type systems a bit.
that's when I ended up looking into like Lisp 1.0, Lisp 1.5, Lisp
I
2.0.
still I still maintain that tensor calculus is easier than Haskell.
You're probably right. You're probably right. Oh yeah,
I
so
made a
to
tensor calculus meme recently in the Discord. I know you saw it.
I'll have to check. Is it I did see it. I
It's in off topic somewhere because you mentioned something about maths and abbreviation. So I was inspired by that.
math.
Yeah. You can. Yeah, hold on. You scroll up a bit. Okay, you've gone too far. Just click on a bit up a bit up. Click on mine. It's yeah, because that's there we go.
Hey. There it is.
That requires context. You need to know a bit of maths for that.
That's right. If you know, you know.
Mhm. I mean, you'd like, I can
Uh,
explain this real quick though.
no, it's good. It's good. The
Mm.
mystery is good. People like figuring stuff out. Parse token category term or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Sets integer token member. Okay. We now hopefully macro args it up.
Well, if last C is a colon, but yes. Now that's where the white space comes in. Would you look at that?
Yes. That is where the white space comes in. So we get the name of the macro argument.
You
Do we?
can't check the token type as colon because we're still at the macro arg token. You have to check if last C is a colon. That's the only thing you can check for.
Yeah. Like this, right?
Uh, uh,
Naturally.
the
Okay.
latest comment in chat is brilliant.
Yes. It is like V. You could say that. No, hearsay. He likes Vim. Get him!
Heresy, but yes.
Oh, what's hearsay then?
Hearsay is like what's the best definition? Like something that's hearsay is when someone when something is just said, but it doesn't. It's just because people are saying it. It's not based on fact. It's like rumors, basically.
I see. And heresy is like blasphemy.
Yes. So let's see. Information received from other people which cannot be substantiated. Rumor. Yeah, that's the definition of hearsay. And
Ah.
heresy is something else. It's yes, blasphemy, something like that.
Actually, coding in Vim is faster, in my opinion, but you know, extensions are good.
It's literally Emacs.
This is Emacs. It's an entire OS. Show me how fast in Vim you can read a PDF.
Well, show him how I can play Tetris. Can your Vim do that?
Oh wait, what about 2048? Can
Oh,
your Vim do that? This is why I like Emacs. You can literally do anything in it. Oh, let me just lose. I'm just spamming. This technique works suspiciously well, by the way.
I was gonna say, are you playing just now?
I am. Did you know all you have to do is spam 2048?
Actually. Oh my god.
There, I lost 4,000 points. If I
Mm.
thought about it, you can get to where you play fast like that, and then you go, ooh, 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 and then you can kind of make really good decisions.
I see.
Like I'm going to make a bunch here. But yeah, that is too much fun. Wait, you have 2048 in code editor? Damn right I do. It's Emacs, man. It's an
Built in.
OS. It's built in, yeah. Truewin says hi. That's cool. Hey, first time chat from Truewin. What's up? Okay, well, should everything blow up? What's gonna blow up now when I try and compile this? Probably a static assert.
Are you using the macro?
What?
Are you using the macro?
Using the macro.
Yeah,
Oh,
are you
in
just
the
defining
file.
it or are you actually invoking the macro?
No, that's why I didn't want to test that yet. I just want to test
Mm.
definitions. Make sure it shows up. Also, how do we deal with like this in the AST?
We don't.
It's never in the AST, that's right. Because the
Yep.
AST gets built from this part.
Yep.
Okay, okay. Just checking. I was just testing you.
Mm.
Examples, macro int. What do we got? Yes, static assert of what?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Parser.c 1670. Okay. There's now 51 tokens. Jeez.
Mhm.
Uh, what did I put it by? I think I put it at the very bottom. That's kind of cursed, but okay.
What are we using for identifier? Or what are we printing? Or just on sure.
Just
I guess. Okay, I would have printed it with a space, but sure, that also works.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So why is that being weird? Okay, there we go. We have a macro arg there now. Where else is gonna fail? I feel like there's another static assert. Hey, that's not
Apparently
bad.
not.
Macro argument identifier does not refer to a bound macro argument. Maybe a typo. Perfect. At int3 3,
Oh, the location. Oh no.
it's here.
Yeah, no, the location was a bit weird. That's why. It's a bit too long.
It is?
You look up the underline.
Oh. Yeah, that's it. That ultra key white space as part of the name. I wonder if that's what's going wrong.
Interesting. Hmm.
So that's here. So can I print out what this is and say,
Oh, printing and find it was gonna be fun. You'd have to you can print the entire thing, I guess.
uh, if not found, what does that mean? Oh, I am just gonna have to print the entire thing because this doesn't work like that. Legendary. This is why we use for each.
Well, since you're in GCC, you could throw in a statement expression, but that's a bit cursed.
That is cursed. Zoom dev, it's funny when you search Google for Emacs, you get, did you mean V and reverse for V?
Yeah.
That's right. Do we have print token?
We should. Otherwise, it's token type to string or something.
We have token type to string. Okay. We don't have print token though? That's...
No, because I think what I usually do, I just issue a diagnostic at that location. That just prints it, more or less.
Here.
In this case, you actually do need to print the token, like the string, preferably in quotes, so you know what's actually in there.
I see, because we need
That's
the...
not going to work in this case. It works if you want to test the Lexa, but not in this case.
Oh, not T-talk, T-type. What was that?
Someone's asking for an explanation as to what all of this is, I suppose.
That's fair. Ryan is a Sith. What a name. I'm trapped in JavaScript land. My condolences. What am I looking at here? This is C. It's really nice. You should use it. You'll never have any problems with it ever.
Definitely not. No.
No. It's not frustrating. It's very easy to use. It's intuitive. The names of functions are just so simple. You know what I mean? It's really a great lang. But yeah, this is C, and we're lexing macros for a lang I made up called intercept. And we have the most generous Saraid here helping us. Okay. If we get a macro arg, we want to print out some BS about it and say macro arg name, which is ttext.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hebus Jeebus. That's a lot.
What happened?
Something happened.
Okay, so right. Are we copying it correctly? What we inserted? We're calling copy token, so
So I want to look here.
Here we check it's an identifier. We just reassign that. That should just work. Yes. That should just work.
Well,
We can print it here too, I suppose.
yeah. I don't know if that just works. I don't trust. What do we have? eTalk text.
That works. Okay, so I suspect the copying is the problem.
Yes. So size.
Oh, no, hold on. Make sure you do as span when you print it, because you can't just pass a string buffer to an S. It has to be a span or a string, because a string buffer has 3 arguments or 3 members.
So these are broken then?
As span, yeah, there we go. See, this is what, if you had the plugin, you would have caught that.
Listen, at this point, I
Compile LVM.
oh yeah, I will. I'll just jump to the moon tonight as well.
Uh-huh.
I like a yeah, jump to the moon.
That's what you like doing? Sure, go ahead.
Ryan is assist says that's sick. I've been learning Rust. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. And it's been so long since I thought about memory that I'm sure C would wreck me, Kappa. Yeah, that's you should learn C. It'll help you even in Rust, I promise. So it's still wrong. Macro arg name is still 0. How does this happen?
Fascinating. Are we copying it improperly?
That must be it.
Oh, I know why. Go to copy token.
What have I done?
Nothing. It's just that we now have yet another string token. Or rather, yet
Ah.
token type that cares about this.
Yeah, you're right. I don't even know how I would have. Okay, nice.
There we go.
It apparently generated code. Nice. It actually worked. I mean, we have no clue if it would actually expand a macro, because it won't, but it actually worked. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, that's good. You can remove the debug printing now, I think.
No, we'll leave it in. That's going all the way to prod.
All right. Time for macro expansion.
So this is in the parser?
Nope.
Okay, still wrong. So this is in the lexer when we're looking for an identifier. Because it might be the name of a macro.
Yes. Yeah. So here we have to start here, I suppose. Where are we?
I'm in the right place now. Here's where we find the macro keyword.
So I'd say before we check for keywords, we check for okay, so macro is kind of special. I would move that up, like all the way.
That's
Before,
fair.
yeah, after next identifier, and then after that check for macros, because we could also define a macro to have the same name as a keyword.
So we need the parser to get a new thing.
Yes, here you're jumping at.
Sorry.
Why we in the parser?
Don't we need to keep track of all of the current macros that are in scope?
We need a stack for that. Sure, yeah. We need macro expansions. Okay.
So we need to keep all the like literal macro things in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I don't think we're doing that currently. So this whole macro stuff is going to have to go above all this?
Yeah, sure. We'll need a pointer to the macro. Oh, actually,
Yeah.
an index for the macro because this is C, not C++, which means this is not a deck like I'm using. This is just a regular old vector, which means we have iterative validation. So we'll have to store an index to the macro we're expanding. But yeah, we need that in here, sure. And a macro expansion is a separate struct though.
This isn't the same thing.
No.
Okay. So this moves back.
No, we still need that, but we still need
Okay,
a second thing as well.
okay, just checking. So now we need a macro expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need a vector of these in the parser?
In the parser, yeah.
Okay.
You can literally just put that in line. You don't need the type def. But sure.
That's true. We're only using this once. Well, yeah, that's fine.
Yes, only once. Even if you use it twice, it doesn't matter if it's a different type.
Is this a stack?
That will end up being a stack, yes.
A stack of vectors or just a stack of macro expansions?
Vector is a stack.
The vector is a stack. Okay. Is acting like a stack.
You can literally also just call it macro expansion stack.
That's a good thing to do. Okay. Well,
So what does a macro expansion contain?
well, let's see. To me, it would have to contain the macro that we are expanding.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing, the expandee,
Oh god, not by value, jeez.
it's, I guess. So we have a pointer to a macro,
Okay,
and then,
that's a second good attempt, but it will fail because of iterating invalidation if a macro ever ends up defining another macro.
so this is where you're getting into the index.
Yes, that's well, we probably need an index
Why
here
can't
too.
we just shallow copy?
Why would you shallow copy it? Ugh,
Why wouldn't we?
it's horrible. That's like, how many bytes is that? Too many. It's atrocious.
24, 48, plus 16, 64,
Yeah,
however
just
big a lock is. It's like 80, 90 bytes. That's fast.
don't.
Why not? That's
Pointer. I'll
that
use an index.
you're talking about premature optimization. Why wouldn't we just
Shallow copying objects is not something you do ever. It's just not a good thing to do because that will just lead to problems eventually. So don't do it.
I don't know. I don't think it would
Use
cause a
an
problem. I will. I'm just saying it could
There
be a
we go.
shallow copy. Can you admit that a shallow copy would work here? There's no
Would it
problems.
work? I mean, there's many things that work.
Yeah, you could also use brainfuck for this and that would work. I'm just
Sure.
saying at that level. Vector like the guy from Minions. Oh no. So what
Sure,
is
we have
this
an
an
index
index into?
into the macro vector.
What is the macro vector? Do we need
Well, we need
another
a vector
vector?
of macros somewhere.
You didn't say that.
I thought it was kind of implied, and that doesn't necessarily need to be a type def either.
It will. So this is an index.
Mm-hmm.
This is an index into the parser dot macros vector. Because it's a vector, do we have to worry about index invalidation if we ever change macros?
No, we're not going to change. Well, if we redefine a macro while we're expanding it, that will be kind of an awful thing to do.
That's true. Okay, so we have the macro that we're expanding. And the macros where we will find the macro being expanded by this expansion. Sure. Okay, so we have a macro index. And from there, what else do we need in the expansion? Do we need anything else?
Yes, we need two things. We need an index into an expansion index, meaning where are we in the like body of the macro, which token are we currently at?
Okay, so this
And we
is
need a vector of like bound parameters. This is how we bind the the names to the tokens that they refer to, or expressions or whatever. It's an interesting question, chat.
the Witcher in the background is Serraid, right? Yes, it
I'm
is.
not sure how to interpret that candidly.
I'm not either. Like the game?
It's like I know who the Witcher is, but I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Maybe he thinks your name is Gerald.
It's not. It's also pronounced Geralt.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ,
uh,
Gerald.
are pointers
Uh,
really different from C++? No.
Pointers are the same. Yeah.
I mean, as far as how they act in the language and what they
Yeah.
represent, they're the same thing. Because I'm pretty sure C++ pointers are just C pointers.
Yes.
There's
There
nothing
are
more.
member pointers, but those aren't real pointers.
Yeah, that's a.
They are
We don't talk
audible
about that.
things. Basically, literally just an offset that gets added to the vtable pointer or whatever, to the pointer based on the vtable. It's quite something. Anyway.
Is this what we're going to have to do?
uh, what is?
And then we're going to need like a vector of name
I
token.
suppose because I'm using a map, but we don't have that. So yes, I suppose we do need a. We This can just be a span really because the name is stored somewhere else, so we don't need to copy it.
So we have bound
hmm
arguments.
hmm
We have the macro index and the expansion index. Okay. And
Now,
then we have
interesting
these.
interesting comment in chat. You can run any any C program in C++. That's not exactly true. C++ is mostly a superset of C, but there are some differences. For instance,
Otto.
in C, you can implicitly convert from a void pointer to any other pointer type, but not in C++. Which means in C, you don't cast the return type of malloc, but in C++, if you use malloc, you have to cast it. And there are
Which is
some other
cursed.
differences. Which is a good thing because it's type safe.
I would agree. It's just also like there's already a million specific little compiler hacks for libc. Let's make that another one. So we
All
keep
right.
macros. How do we get macro out? We have to keep track of this macro thing.
Yeah, that goes in the vector.
Like that.
Here we go. We should probably also check for redefinition.
Of macros.
Mhm.
This thing.
Amazing.
Is it? Is it amazing? Are you sure about that?
Mhm.
Okay, so this thing.
I'll keep telling you, like I'll keep annoying you with this. If we move to C++, things would be a lot easier, trust me.
Oh, it would be so much easier. It's true.
Mhm. We could actually use a map with proper syntax.
Redefinition of macro. What am I even looking for? P macros. And I want to say that the P macro at the place, we don't need to do this type check crap. The P macro at the place has a name. Should we do as span? Is this a string? What is this?
It doesn't matter what it is. String equals is a
A string.
macro. It just handles it.
Oh, does it just access? Oh, it does.
Yes, it
Nice.
just acts as a size and data.
Okay, so redefinition of macro S. And this is if found. And we want to say found is not a token pointer. It's a macro pointer. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we found if the one at index name is here. Okay. We should probably add tests for these.
Sure.
Macro redef. Macro foo emits 69 and macro. Error. Is that how we do error? That is how we do
I think
errors.
so, yeah. I just put a JSON string in there because I'm just using a JSON library,
Nice.
which is easier to do in C++ than in C.
Yeah. one could say that.
Mm-hmm.
Macro foo. Okay, so this should be a redefinition error.
Yeah.
And we should have macro argument doesn't exist. Macro foo emits and macro error. Is there anything else we should check for?
Uh,
Oh,
no, it's in the
duplicate.
Oh yeah,
Duplicate.
duplicate.
Argument duplicate. Macro arg1, arg1 emits and macro. Okay. Hopefully all those are fine. I could do this thing. Here. ctest. Don't build the object files. That'd be a lot. There's 100 tests now. Pog.
Interesting. Nice.
Mr. Mugame, he sounds like an old man you meet in the forest.
Oh dear.
94% tests passed. And good. Macro redef has failed. Fantastic. So I've failed this entire thing right here. That's good. Let me just figure out why that fails.
Well, yeah, that's not terribly surprising because you're comparing against the token text and not against the macro name.
This is the macro name.
Yeah, what's the other
That's
one?
not the macro name.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. That makes more sense. I'm just going to run the tests again because I trust you. Oh. Okay, that fixed it. We're good.
Nice.
95%. Beautiful. No macros failing. Okay, so we have all the errors done for. We're at the point of macro expansion, right?
Yes.
So in next token, down here, here,
Yes.
for each macro, M in the macros we've encountered.
Find if here. You can also use find if.
We can use find if.
You can use find if. What do you think it does? It finds the thing.
Oh no. Okay. It's happening. We have to. We're leaning in. Bad.
I'm
This
telling
is
you,
so
we need type of.
bad. We really do. MSVC. We need to write emails to MSVC devs
You
and tell them to
know,
implement type of.
speaking, we just mentioned the thing. I mean, we could try compiling it as C++, but we'll probably have to insert casts around malloc and calloc everywhere if we do that.
I don't know if that's worth it.
Yeah, it would be easier to just use C++. You're right about that. Good point. Good point.
Just we could define malloc as a macro to new.
Mm. Oh God.
Yes. So if we find one, then we're gonna say found macro do expansion things.
So what do we do here?
Well, I know one thing. We have to create a macro
Eventually,
expansion.
I would make a separate function for this too, because
We will. We will. We will move all of this. So what do we actually want to do? Expand macro? Is that just like...
yeah, whatever you call it, whatever, expand macro and then return, because we're gonna do the same thing where expand macro will get the first token because it will get the next token from the macro expansion. Eventually, it
Naturally.
will be called next token, and next token will grab it from the macro expansion.
So now that we've called expand macro, it calls itself. No. What should expand
Only
macro?
indirectly.
Only indirectly. I know what that means because technically we can expand a macro and a macro and a macro, but oh god. I get scared. I feel like I'm implementing continuations in Lisp.
Well, what I realized recently is, because you keep mentioning continuations, a lot of this is just tail recursion anyway, so it's kind of the same thing. Because if you look at a lot of the parser functions end with a function call, a lot of Lexer functions at least.
So the
Right here, for instance, that call to expand macro is a tail call.
Yes. So the macro index, we're gonna have to. We already know it, so we're gonna pass it as a thing, right?
We should pass in the macro as well. Yeah, sure.
Sure. And then I should also pass in the index.
You won't get to that in here. It's not in scope. It's fine. We can
Can I?
subtract it from. It's fine. We can.
Oh,
No.
we could the subtraction. Nice.
Yes, we can just subtract it.
Single letter arguments go burr. Okay. We're gonna do this.
Sure.
Okay. So the reason this works, macro is an element within p macros. So data points to the base. Let's call that OX. What have I done?
That's a good question.
Emacs.
Don't play Emacs.
It's not Emacs. You're right. It's my keyboard. Oh no. How do I get
Don't
out of
blame
this
me, keyboard.
layer? Okay, I can type
You
again.
programmed this.
I did.
The problem, as they say, is between the keyboard and the chat.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I've only been in a chair like half the stream.
I see.
With malloc is true, but still you can add flag to make it work. Ooh, can you really?
No idea what that's. Is there a flag for that? I'm not sure. Maybe there is something, but I don't think standard C++ permits that. Amount of water. Yeah, this is about C probably. So you're not gonna find. Okay, hold on.
Okay. What is dash dash wrap? Oh no.
Good
Oh
question.
no. Okay, don't worry about any of this. I'm not worried about it. I am curious. If you have more information on that true win, let us know.
I'd like to know what flag that is. Is it like a permissive or something? Because that does some. It is a permissive. What does that do again? It does some really cursed stuff, I think.
Ah, I've messed up so bad. Why?
Why are you still?
I I I
What are you
messed up my
trying to accomplish?
I messed up my keyboard again. I fixed it now. It's fine.
That's good.
I don't even know how I keep screwing that up. Okay, let's say we have some stupid macro at OXFF at 80, and then we have P macros data, which is at like OXFF00 because it's the base. We can just subtract these because pointer arithmetic in C uh, uses the size of macro and we'll minus that accordingly. So this is basically the same as doing OXFF80 minus OXFF and then dividing that by size of macro. Hopefully that makes any sense. What do we do now? We have the macro index so that we can find it again. Expansion index is 0. And bound arguments is also going to be 0. But it's not. At this point, we have to lex the arguments, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how does we call next token here?
We probably need raw mode again.
Ah,
Mhm.
so during expansion of a macro, when we're parsing the, oh yeah, like, okay. So this is like parsing this bit, but actually the implementation of it. So this would be like identity 4. When we're parsing 4, we don't want to also expand identity, right?
Well, we are passing. Okay, yeah, that would return just so if you have identity 4, then the argument to the first identity would be the second identity, which then gets bound.
Expanded.
Then when the macro expands, it gets expanded and captures the 4 and returns the 4.
Okay.
The important part is we don't expand the second identity before the first.
Yes, we expand the
That's
first
not
one
like
first.
two just falls into an infinite loop.
So we get some token, and then we have to compare this token.
Yes, we need a token equals. You need to just put it there, sure. I love how you suddenly decide to use capital letters for that.
So that's because if I ever write a comment, like a doc string, I'll always capitalize like if both A and B, because saying if both A and B just looks weird to me. I don't know why.
You can put them in like back quotes.
That's true. Or dollars.
Oh no, not dollars. This isn't LaTeX.
Back quotes is a good idea. Anyway, it's fine. So we want to say if okay. If A equals B, return true.
Right. Can you tell me why this isn't? That's not going to work.
Yes.
It's not simple.
Wait, this should work. I
No,
mean, there's some more stuff we need to do in between here, clearly, but
I would just compare the token types. You don't need to compare the rest, honestly.
we're gonna compare value, right?
Yeah, but what I'd say is if the token types are not equal, return false is the first thing I'd do.
Ah, yeah,
And then
that's
omit that
reasonable.
check for A equals B because it doesn't really do much.
That's true. I mean, if you pass in the same token, it'd be a shortcut.
Yeah, which is not going to happen here ever, by definition. because the token that you get from the input are never going to be the same as the ones in the macro definition.
That's a good point. The actual, yeah. Okay, so then if the types aren't equal, we can return false.
Yes.
Should we have like a bool compare value, or should we just leave that for
Always
something else?
compare the values. Actually, hold on. Do we? Yeah, I guess we do. Because if you're literally asking for like the token bar in the argument list, it has to be bar and not just any identifier. But you only compare the strings if the token type cares about strings. So we need that switch that we used earlier. That one, yeah.
Something like
No, that's
this?
not gonna work. That is not how C works. You can't put that in.
What?
Mm, I mean, I guess you could do that, but I don't think it really does that much.
And then I just return if it equals this. And then this would become an if.
I mean, I guess you can do that. So
Okay. Why is token type? Oh, it's an enum.
it's an enum, right? We don't have typed up for enum for some reason. I guess that works, sure.
Ident or tt equals token string. If token has string token type, new talk type, please do all of this. Else,
Sure, yeah, that works.
please clear that bad boy. And return new talk. Okay.
Okay, I suppose that works, yeah.
And now, where else did we need this? I was somewhere. I was here? No. Yes?
In token equals.
That's right. I was halfway through that. And this is where I'm going to have to say if token has string a
What you
type.
could do is just place down a mark and then jump back to here.
Do what?
Put down a mark and jump back. Control space, Control U space. You don't know about control
What?
space?
Wait, so control space sets like, that's how I select
Yeah,
things.
yeah. Just do Control G to like
To get rid of it,
clear the selection.
right? To
Okay, go
deactivate
somewhere
the
else,
mark.
and then Control U, Control U space.
That's not right. Control U control
Control U
space?
space. Control U. Yeah, there we go.
Control U
That
control
jumps
space.
back.
Okay.
Yeah, that jumps
Oh, and
back to the.
that's the mark that you actually set. So if I
Yeah,
set one down there and
I
then
believe
go
I
up
know more
here.
about Emacs than you, SMH.
I didn't
Sometimes.
know about that.
You also didn't know what Kuru replaced somehow, so
I just didn't use it. I have different use cases. I just write code,
you're
man.
probably not going to find it that way because minus typically means exclude from search. So you need to delete the minus to find it.
Well, why is F
In
permissive?
search engines, if you put a minus before anything, it means give me results without this thing. So no, that doesn't work either, I'm pretty sure.
It
Oh, it
does.
does. Fascinating. It works in quotes. Does that work on Google or just DuckDuckGo?
What does this
F
mean?
permissive basically makes it so the compiler lets
Yeah.
ill-formed code. It just accepts ill-formed code, basically. I mean,
Yeah,
so it ignores some errors.
it's not something you'd want to enable in your build.
No.
What do we got? If token has string and not string equals. Can I do this?
I don't think it should ever be necessary, but sure, you can do it.
Okay. I realized I'm dereferencing and I never checked if they were null and I got scared. Expand the empire. That's right. This is Age of Empires v2.0. So if they're not equal, we return false. This doesn't need braces. And then should we compare the integers?
If the tokens care about that, then yeah.
So should I say else?
If the tokens care about integers, not just if there are any two tokens with any two integer values. So only if it's a token for which the integer value is actually significant.
Sucks. What tokens have integers?
I don't know, check the list of tokens.
How do
Token types.
That's not going to tell us anything. Numbers presumably have an integer.
Probably, yeah. I think arbitrary and two.
Okay. So just going to get those in there then. Arbitrary int or TT equals token number. Is there anything else? Macro arg?
Currently not, no.
But it will eventually, right?
Will it?
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose if we represent it that way, then sure, yeah.
For the token category. Okay.
Then, just in case, make sure to set the thing to 0 for macro args for now.
Yes. Something like that. It's actually exactly what we're supposed to be doing in here. Okay. Where were we? Okay. If not token equals p token and ooh. This is going to be the macro parameter at the expansion index.
Correct.
And it's going to be like that. And if they're not equal, then this is an error and there's an ill-formed macro invocation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tests, macro, add invocation.
We're not quite done yet.
We are not. This is macro foo, which requires a parentheses
Sure.
and emits 69. And then we end the macro. And then basically we are going to call foo, but then pass it brackets.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure I understand everything, and I don't want to forget that test. So the problem right now is this is just one, and we don't increase expansion index.
Mm-hmm.
Can probably do that for reasons. And at this point, what does this next token do? Are we yeeting something?
Mm-hmm.
We are. We're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna say yeet.
Okay,
Name of
that's
macro.
already wrong. Because
This,
you need to set raw mode beforehand.
that's okay. That's a good point. Yeet name of macro. And then we're gonna say we would like to do while this. No, we want to do while.
I would just. What did I use? Did I
We're gonna
use an
use.
infinite?
Are we gonna use for each on the parameters? Maybe do it the other way around.
Oh yeah, I'm iterating over the parameter list with a for each. Yeah.
Legendary, okay. And what is in parameters?
Tokens.
Tokens, thank you. Param talk. And then this parameter talk is going to be kind of like this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing. Okay.
Yes, that is 1/3 of what we need to do here
Yes.
in this loop.
So for each parameter, we need to make sure that we have a proper token.
Yes.
But then we also need to skip the token.
Yes.
And in between there, we need to add this thing.
Careful. We need to check that before we compare the tokens, because they're not going to be equal if we have a bound argument. So before that if, we need to check if the parameter is actually a macro arg. And if it is, we bind the token to that arg instead of checking if it's equal.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
I've lost you slightly, but I believe I will get it. So if we have a parameter token, just to be clear, a parameter token is like one of these.
No.
Let's,
Yeah, a parameter token is yeah.
yeah.
Sure.
And then because all the other ones are errors. So it's like, okay, there's not one. This is a
Yeah.
parameter token that's a macro arg.
Mm-hmm.
And that we don't necessarily need the invocation of foo to be arg1. In fact, we don't want that.
It can't be, because that's invalid here as a macro arg token. It can't be a macro arg here because it's not in a macro definition.
Right. So, which may be something we want to add in the lexer. Like if we're not in raw mode, getting the
Yes.
dollar could either be an error or it could just be an identifier and we treat it that way. Either way, so we don't want this. We want, yes, okay. We want something to actually be placed here. And then this needs to be bound at this name to this value, to this token.
To this token.
Okay. Okay, that is making sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So if the parameter token is of type token macro arg, here we may just, it's kind of messy, but that may be easier to understand.
Continue. I prefer the continue because that's less nesting.
Okay, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. Param talk is now a macro argument. Param talk has text, which is set to its name, right? So this is the name of the macro. No, name of argument that we need to bind. So we're going to have to push to the expansion bound arguments. What is this? A named token. Bound arg. Name equals this thing, but as span. And the token, this is actually the resolved token. So this is ptalk, right?
Close. It is that, but we need to do something else with it. We need to copy it.
Oh, yes, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, that'd be very bad because we'll just yeet this. Yeah, okay. And then we can push the bound argument to our bindings.
Good.
Okay.
There is a very subtle bug here.
Zero termination? No.
No, it's not that easy to spot. What happens if you reach the last parameter and you call next token at the end of that loop?
This. Hmm. Wait, say that again? Oh, do I need a next token here?
No. Well, yeah, that too, actually, sure,
Okay.
but that's not the point here. No, stop, stop, just
Okay.
stop, stop, stop.
I've stopped.
Put the continue back.
Why?
We'll get to that.
That
Let's
doesn't make
ignore that
sense.
first case. Let's ignore that first case for now. The first if we don't care, doesn't matter.
Okay. There's a bug
Just
here.
take that. What happens if we're at the last parameter
Yeah.
and we call next token? What does that do?
We lex the next token, which might be end of file, it might be anything.
Where will it come from, that next token?
What do you mean this next token? Where will it come from?
What will
It
the
will.
next token be that we get? Where is that
Okay.
token?
Okay. So if we're like here, we're calling
Mm-hmm.
foo, we called 42, and then there's
Mm-hmm.
another argument, pretend this isn't an error. There's another argument, so we call that, and then we call next token and we'll get end of file.
Yeah, that's the problem. We don't want to get end of file. We want to get the first token of the macro expansion. So we can't actually call next token here, because if we call next token at the end of this loop, then that will result in us lexing the next token before we've pushed the macro expansion onto the stack. The solution for this is to call next token at the beginning of the loop and to not call it outside of the loop. So you remove that call
Yeah.
to next token outside of the loop, you move it into and you remove the other two calls, and that works.
So why
Because
why is this an issue? Is it because, or why does this fix it? Because we're still not pushing the expansion.
we will push the expansion, but when we now exit the loop, we are still on the last argument token. We haven't discarded that yet.
Ah, okay.
That's why this works.
Okay, I see. I see.
And then we push the expansion, and then we disable raw mode and call next, and that will get the first token of the expansion.
And that's gonna require us fixing up next token.
Yeah, we'll still have to fix up next token, but now this works.
So now next token,
Yeah, where do we check for that?
uh, here?
Close. It's actually earlier than this, because here we're already skipping white space and everything.
Isn't that,
And we're also already, if we're at end of file, we've already returned long ago. So that's way too late. We need to do this at the very beginning,
so
yes.
we may have end of file, but still be emitting a macro.
May still be expanding macros, yes. So, and the
Okay.
first thing that, and this is maybe, we need to do some cleanup here. What if the topmost macro expansion is empty? The first thing I do is a loop that just pops off macro expansions off the stack if they've already run their course, like if they're at the very end. So we just pop off any empty macro expansions.
So in here,
I mean, if we
right? And
you
we'd
don't
want to
need the
pop
end,
them.
actually.
Should we pop them
We
from
can
the
just check.
end?
Yeah, we do. It's a stack, so we need to remove the last one.
Yes.
So you don't need the if, actually. You can just check while it's not empty, meaning while the size is 1. And
Ugh.
how do we check if we've already inserted all the tokens?
So we have this macro expansion stack thing. Where are they? So if the expansion index is greater than or equal to like the macro expansion, we don't have it yet. Um, uh, We're gonna
Okay, this is a bit annoying because you have the indices, so you need to redo that in. I would just honestly maybe just make an infinite loop here or something. No, you can do a for loop actually for that. A for loop that goes in reverse over the entire thing. That works. Don't we have like for each
let me
reverse or
see.
something like that? Does
We
that involve
do.
iterators though? Can you remove the last element while the iterator already with for each reverse? I think you can.
I don't know.
We can check the macro.
So for each macro expansion,
Mhm.
expansion in P macro expansion stat. For if vector size for type element equals vector data plus vector size minus 1, element is greater than or equal to vector data minus element. So we do have an iterator. It's not using index. Which means we have a dumb old regular for loop. Right? Stack.size minus 1.
I muted, that's why you're doing it this way.
Oh,
You
hello.
can just use for each reverse. It's fine.
Why?
Because pop back does not invalidate iterators because shrinking a vector doesn't move it.
Okay. I got scared. I was like, I'm not touching it. Is it a Yush? What's up? Hi, Lens. Hi, is it a Yush? FCSO, Maith, and Solo CP80s, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so when we're doing this, what do we need to say if expansion? So we're going to get the macro expandee. Macros at, no, plus expansion macro index. Why are you unhappy? Oh, dot data. Is this right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then we're going to say if expansion dot expansion index is greater than or equal to the expandee expansion size,
Mm-hmm.
then we're done. So we're going to say p macro. Can I just vector
Do
pop?
we have a vector pop back or something?
Why are they over here? I'm so annoyed.
Vector pop probably does the right thing.
Yeah, it just takes the size.
Mm-hmm.
It does return a value, but we're just ignoring it.
Yeah.
Which we could like as it was fine. Okay, so we pop it if we need to.
Basically, you're just saying goodbye, apparently.
Is it you just have to go as I have so much work to do, but good luck. Ah, I'm sorry you have to do so much work. Thanks for tuning in. The VOD will always be there if you ever get bored and want to hear these dulcet tones.
So, if I'm not being stupid, this should work.
We don't
And
actually get
now
a
we can
token. No, we don't ever get a token. How do we get a token
Yeah,
from a
well, we
macro?
still need to do that
Okay,
after
okay.
we cleaned up the expansion stack. Now we need to get. Now we can check if there's still an expansion left, and if there is, then we know that there has to be at least one token we can take.
Okay, so if there is a macro expansion to do, then we want to get the macro again, right?
Yes.
Equals P. Okay, like this.
Um. This is exactly the wrong way around. You need to get the last one. So you need to do vector back because it's a stack.
Okay. Yes, we're pushing new ones to the end. That's my bad. For some reason, I had an idea that we were prepending. That wouldn't make any sense with what we just wrote. And like this, and like this.
Okay, no, don't do that. Don't
Why?
shower copy, take the address, because you'd have to modify the original thing. Otherwise, this is going to loop forever. You can take I'm pretty sure you could take the address of vector back.
Are you sure?
Well, show me the macro and I can tell you.
It's just
Yes,
vector
I'm
size.
sure.
That seems sketch.
It is not. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. So it's just the compiler being smart and saying we don't actually need to shallow copy and make a temporary and get an address of it. Expansion macro index. Okay, so now what? We add one to
So
that.
now it depends. If it's a regular token, we just copy the token and overwrite p token with it. If it's a macro, we get the token that's bound to it and copy that instead.
So the param in the expandee, what do we actually,
Yes.
in the expansion is what we're doing.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is the,
Instead of expandee, maybe call it M for macro. That will probably make it easier.
but then what do we call this? The expandee?
Whatever. T, whatever.
Yes, single letter variable names. Everyone loves
Yes.
those. New, no, this is just going to be macro expansion token. Screw it. This is going to be expandee. It's going to be expandee.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense to me. That's the thing being
Of
expanded.
course it makes sense to you.
Ugh.
I'm not surprised, seeing as you came up with a working result too.
I didn't come up with that. I did come
You
up with
didn't
that.
come up with working result. Where'd you get that from?
No, I did come up with that.
Okay, I was gonna say. Um. So yeah, well, you need the. Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
so we have the macro expansion token. And to do this, we're going to say if macro expansion token type is equal to token macro arg. We have to get it from bound arguments. Else, copy token. Yeah?
Mhm.
And p talk equals.
Yeah. Obviously, we're leaking memory all over the place, but we're gonna fix that later.
Where are we leaking memory here?
We're copying strings all over the place.
Oh, that's, yeah. That's fine. That's not something I'm worried about. Uh, uh, okay. So we need the bound arguments, and which bound argument
Need
is it
if,
going?
find if.
God damn it, find it again. Uh, it's he's dying. I get the last laugh.
Ah.
Stupid find if. Okay, so we're not finding a macro, are we?
Well, if you're complaining about find if so much, you know what the solution is.
Oh no, no, no. Expansion bound arguments. This is going to be the thing. And if the string equals, is
That is
this
almost right.
what
Is
are
it?
we doing here?
It's not quite right, actually. We need to compare the. Mhm. Jesus Christ. This is atrocious. This macro. Ugh.
First time chat from Dueteth says, Lambda, is this chat beginner friendly? Absolutely. Chat says, thank you for keeping the VOD up. You're talking out of your thought process, and your friend's advice will be so helpful later when learning C. You might want to start somewhere else learning C.
That's true. Like,
But
this kind of presupposes that you already know C.
yes. Mr. Elfman says, what language? This is C, and I'm making a lexer and parser right now for Intercept, a language I made up. And have been making with the wonderful help of Suraid. Because we are working on macros, and he has very extensive LaTeX experience, which is basically all macros. Duetus says, I'm guessing Lexer. We are working on a Lexer. Nice job.
Yeah.
What are we at? What are we comparing here?
That, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
We should just assert that it's found. Because
Because,
we tested that when we passed the macro.
yes. And this is basically going to say, argument. Yeah.
The message.
Macro argument does not exist. Lexer screwed up. That doesn't work. What are we finding?
It's right, but we need to, oh yeah, finding a token. No, we're finding a named or whatever you called it, a named token.
Yes. And then it's going to be found token.
Yeah, and I think that's it.
You think that's it? Are we done? How much have we done?
Everything, I think. That's macros. If we didn't produce any
Macro.
horrible bugs, that should be it. Are we returning from the function
Which
after all
one?
of this nonsense? Yeah, we had better return here, otherwise all of this was for nothing. After that, yeah, return. Otherwise,
Oh yeah, we'll
okay.
just go. Yeah.
Otherwise, we've done all this for nothing. We're just throwing away the tokens. Yeah.
That might be a bit of an issue. Macro add 34. Is this allowed?
Yeah.
Okay. Macro add 34.
You just straight to plus 34.
Emits.
I guess that also works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I'm so nervous.
That's right. That should work unless we made any mistakes.
Oh man, I'm so nervous. I don't even want to try it. I'm like, nah, we wrote it. It's fine. It works. No need to test.
If it works, then well, we're about to see it working. I suppose. Bro, it works. Not in. Brilliant name. Ilford macro application. Fascinating. What do we do?
I have a suspicion.
Ugh. Did the source location on the flow?
Yes, it did.
Okay, hold on.
An
Oh no, that's
expansion.
valid computer is not used. That's just it being
fine.
stupid.
Ill-formed macro invocation.
Where is that raised? Okay, here. Let's take a look at this again. Expand macro, we set it to raw mode. We eat the name, and then we check if it's a macro arg. We bind the thing to it. push it into the bound arguments, move on to the next one. If it's not, we check if they're equal, and if they're not equal, then that's an error.
So what isn't equal here?
Let's check. What isn't equal?
Okay. We don't really have
Wait,
a good
hold
way
on.
to print these.
If param toke type is tk macro, well, that should work actually. Fascinating.
So type,
I'm pretty sure we have a token type to string or something.
we do, but that's just the type. We're gonna need the value too. We really should just write something that prints the token itself.
I mean, you can extend print to just print the token. It's not that hard.
That is what I should do. ptalk.
And while you're at it, also extend the plugin.
Yeah. The one I can't even compile.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to extend, I'd argue.
That's true. I could at least try. Type
More comments, by the way.
integer. Text. Okay, and we have token type to string. We're gonna have p token.integer, which is the U64, and then we have text as bad. And that's being compared. What did I screw up? Oh, it's a pointer. Okay, hopefully we see something.
By the way, we've got some more comments in chat.
I'm trying to contribute on a project building Lexer interpreter compiler. I hope I'm in the right chat. Yeah, I mean, this is an open source project accepting contributions. Where's the subscribe button? There's actually this wonderful little donate button in the about section, and I'll show you what I mean there. Oh, I did a thing. Open this. If this is my blog, it's also a thing that you should check out. If you have an aggregate, RSS aggregator, subscribe. But also just click this little donate button. It's also in the Twitch about section, and then you can choose a monthly donation, and I'll shout you out. I'll put your name in every stream if anybody monthly donates, or you can have one-time donations. That's how you subscribe. Twitch is not getting any of my income. End a file.
End of file.
And then we have param talk type plus.
Okay, hold on. What's the file? That's sus.
ptalk type end a file.
Oh, are we pushing into the wrong vector?
Where?
Are we pushing the body into the param list?
What?
Okay, hold on. Where are we
don't-
lexing the macro definition?
Here? Are you asking?
No, the macro definition.
Yeah,
Is that
next
here?
macro. Yes.
It is here. Okay, vector push out parameters, scroll down. Yeah, there we go.
Damn
You
it.
should push the expansion probably. Yep. I would do it.
That will
Pushing
do it.
the expansion to the parameter list. Duh.
Oh!
Okay. Now it should return 69. Oh, print the AST, good idea.
No. We'll do it. The true test. Oh. Does it work? .exe? Oh, it compiled.
C doesn't complain.
Oh dear. Okay, it didn't crash.
Okay.
Oh!
It works.
Poggers.
Not
We did
that
it.
hard.
Not that hard. Exactly.
It's just in the Lexa. It's all in the Lexa. We didn't have to modify anything else. It just works.
Man.
Take a look at the AST. It just works.
Oh, that's cool. I can't believe it worked. I was so nervous. Oh!
There you go. Macros.
Oh, that's so cool.
Hmm.
ZoomDev says, add crypto. I don't have access to any international payment system. That's a rip. DoItF says, all right, got it. I would add crypto if I could use it. I guess I probably should. I'll figure that out. I have no idea how that works. Broccoli says, I will not donate. Smiley face. You don't have to. I don't mention it that often, but when asked, I will.
All right. Seeing as this works, I'll be right back and you can try some more macros, I guess.
Legendary. Sounds awesome. Uh, let's try some other things, huh? Does anybody have an idea of a macro that they would like to see? I'm down to do that. Where else can I find such high-level code design thinking when C programming? I don't know. And to be honest, I don't know. What other macros could we get? We could have a macro where Broccoli says empty macro. That's something, that's a good test to have. Macro foo emits nothing and macro foo. Da, da, da. What is this macro empty? Poggers. Okay, it worked. Macro used inside a macro. Okay. Macro nested. Macro nested expansion, because a nested definition will be different. 69. So we're going to have macro 34, which is just going to, which emits 34. And then we're going to have a macro 69, which emits 34 plus 35. This is what you're talking about, chat? 69 emits 34. So this use of 34 inside 69. We'll test it out. What do we got? Macro. Chat says, yeah, legendary. Oh. Oh, 69 pog. You could tell by the AST. Eat the works. Eat the works. Okay, what else? What else do you got for me? Maybe nested definition? That might be a little. Let's try it. Macro. Define macro. Name and return value, which is basically just going to say, I don't know if this is going to work. Macro name emits. This is so cursed. So defining a macro emits macro followed by the name followed by nothing followed by its, okay. Define me a macro called 69, which returns 69. And then call me 69, please. This is making me feel uncomfortable. I don't know how I feel about this. Uh, uh, okay. Unknown symbol end macro. I didn't expect that one. Ah, this is an unknown symbol because this is actually being treated. Okay. So we can't have end macro in a macro yet. Now it says 4.2 macro is an unknown symbol. So because macro isn't a keyword, that may be a problem. Well, it should just be parsed as an identifier, but then we don't know what to do with that. Is this at type checking? We didn't print the AST yet, so I would presume that we haven't done type checking. If we do syntax only, do we print the AST? We do. And we get this, okay, this stuff. Macro 69 emits. And they're all function references. Okay. That's something to think about. Defining a macro inside another macro is hard. And not only because end macro, but basically the issue is that we can't just copy these to the output. We technically couldn't do this one by one. Why not? Because what are we replacing it with here? We should just be inserting these. But the fact that we're inserting these, it then doesn't get lexed properly. So this is something to think about. This is something I'll bring up with the charade. Other than that, we have a lot of stuff working. Let's try ctest. Run me all the tests. Every single test. Perfect. And all of them pass except for the nested definition one, which we still have to think about how the hell this works. So naturally we can't include end macro. That does kind of suck. I would love to have some way to escape that. Should we literally just have like an escape for end macro? I.e. here, should we say if string equals end macro? But then we'd have to somehow say if in here it equals / end macro or something. Yeah. ZoomDev, how about making inner macro and outer macro? What is that? What is inner macro and outer macro? If you're talking about nested definition, that's what this is, and it doesn't work yet. Because this would be the outer macro, and this would be the inner macro, right? I don't know if we even need to support this, though. I mean, I at least want to support defining macros with another macro, but it's going to take some special casing. Reek Draws says, hello. What's up, Rick Draws? Also, Duodeth, Perkin J, Cooper Fiber, and that one guy 13. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it so much. While I have some free time, in the last few days I got really bored and I made a website. It's made entirely within Emacs org mode and Emacs Lisp. And if you're curious on how that works, you can go and look at the actual everything in nice fancy markup because org mode is supported by GitHub. So you can see the entire website and how it's written. literally in org mode. And also, I'll just link this in chat really quick. This is my blog. If you have an RSS aggregator, you should subscribe to this RSS feed. I'm gonna start writing awesome things here. I haven't yet because I just made this like 2 days ago. But I really recommend it. There's a bunch of links to everything you might need. There's one kind of silly, what is a program? Uh, there's one just really silly post there so far, but I do plan to start writing things down sometimes. So be sure to check it out if you like text-based stuff. And if you didn't know, my YouTube channel, which is at youtube.com/@lensr, if you go here, a YouTube channel is also a RSS feed. So if you have an RSS aggregator, you can get my blog and my YouTube videos all at the same time. How beautiful is that? And yeah, if you don't know, I have a YouTube channel. Check out the About section, and there are a ton of videos. For example, there's 58 videos now. This is the 58th part in the compiler series, and I'm sure you are enjoying it if you're sitting here watching this. Do It F says, this is a gold mine. Hey, thank you. Chat says, are you completely self-taught? Yep. I didn't go to school nowhere. Taxborn Soden Pog. Hey, thank you, Taxborn. I'm glad you like. But yeah, and if anyone has any recommendations for the site, let me know. Obviously, it's only org mode, only Emacs, so there are limitations. Does the other guy also have a blog? Nah, he's really busy.
All right. Oh, what in the world am I looking at?
Do you have a blog?
No.
Okay. Someone asked just in chat just now.
I see. I'd probably just be ranting about random stuff all the time, so no.
People are interested. I was talking about, not talking about, I found a failing case.
You did.
You'll see exactly what's happening.
Ugh. What
Yeah.
in the world is going on here?
Here's the thing. After we expand a macro, are we not exiting raw mode? Like, why are we not? Because we should expand this macro, right? And then at that point,
I'm gonna exiting raw mode.
so when we expand the macro, okay, we are.
I know what the problem is. Yeah. Okay, okay, this is kind of annoying because for raw mode disables special processing of tokens, but when the Lexa reinserts tokens from a macro, it doesn't analyze them again. So what you kind of have to do is do the special processing. You run that when you insert what is it? Macros, like tokens from macro expansion. You need to basically check if it's an identifier and if it starts with if it's macro. You basically need to check for that explicitly where we insert tokens when we expand a macro in next token.
Oh, okay. So when we actually push to the expansion
It's
list,
either that or actually making macro a keyword. But even then, it
even
wouldn't
then,
work.
yeah, because
Just
emits.
pass through to the Lexa, yeah.
Okay,
The
and
pass.
then we're gonna have a
So
little special case for end macro, are we not?
no, because the when we
Hmm.
no, that's fine. So basically,
So we can put end macro here, and we don't need to escape it.
oh yeah. So we somehow need to escape end macro. That is true.
So I think we're just gonna have slash end macro
Sure.
end up as end
Yeah,
macro.
yeah, something like that.
Okay, that way we don't need this. And okay, let's say we have this defined macro thing.
Okay, there's two changes we need to do here. It would be sensible if like the backslash we could make that like what's it called, stropping or whatever sign that just turns anything into an identifier,
I
basically.
think we will do that. Should we do that now?
Sure, we
Okay,
can
so
do that
that's
now.
next token. I was realizing that's
So
actually
that's
not too
next
hard.
token.
Oh no.
I was realizing that's
Saison
actually
Day.
not
No.
too.
Sorry, my own stream started playing back to me. And
Oh god, yeah, I could tell even in the screen share your bitrate was just going like down the drain.
okay. Oh dear, it's gonna happen again. Okay. What do I have to do? Oh, somebody told me to do something and I don't want to forget. That's right. Okay.
I
Okay.
just well, we do need the backslash thingy now.
We need ast.h. There's kind of a lot that needs to happen. Token backslash.
We don't need that actually.
We don't need that actually.
Another Lexa thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You
Because,
have to put 2 backslashes in the character literal though.
God,
The
that's.
last thing.
I still don't get that. I still
Because
don't
a
get it.
single one escapes us. How else are you going to put a single quote in the character literal?
Done.
I don't think I have to explain why that doesn't work.
No, why don't we escape this one though?
Jesus Christ, that's
Yeah, you're right. It
Oh,
never gets better. It never gets better. We basically have to do this thing.
basically, yeah.
Eat backslash.
And now we can reuse the thing that checks if the token takes a string.
Yes. Which what? Where?
We basically need to stringify a token here now. That's the problem if we're going to turn into an internet file. So
Isn't this fine? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So what you're saying is if it doesn't have a string, that's a problem,
yeah, I mean what we can just do for now is just not allow that.
which is what this does.
Sure, we can only allow something that's
Parsed as, yeah, that's kind of cursed.
yeah.
Okay.
There's only a few ones that we need to take care of actually. The ones that have a string representation.
They need
Hold on,
nothing. Okay.
Hold on. The ones that have a string representation can just be that string representation. Well, actually, hold on. What do we have there? If it's an identifier, that's a no op. If it's
Only if it's an identifier, right?
yeah, if it's a string, do we insert double quotes around it or not?
Ooh.
Because the text doesn't contain the double quotes.
I think it would have the double quotes.
Then we insert the double quotes, and if it's a macro parameter, we need to prepend the dollar sign. If it's an integer, we need to convert the integer to a string. If it's an arbitrary integer type, we need to prepend what is it, S or I or whatever it was.
Yes, I think both work. I
And
can't
for
remember.
every other token, we call token to string.
Well, for all of them, we can call token to string, right?
No, because token to string, I'm pretty sure doesn't work for arbitrary integer types.
Are you talking
Because
about
it always-
token type to string? Okay. I figured you were talking about a new function, token to
No.
string. Okay.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm fine. Interesting suggestions in chat again, I suppose.
Wrap in double quotes or single quotes. We don't care. Double quotes just in case there's escapes. Macro 2, blah, blah, macro 3, blah, blah, end macro 3, end macro 2. Oh, can you have numbered macro and end macro keywords in addition to the existing macro and end macro? Define macro with return value and call it. That should be fine. So the macro 2 and macro 3 thing, it seems like that should never actually be needed. Because you can't have, like, if you wanted to switch in your example end macro 2 and end macro 3, it doesn't really make sense to have two overlapping macros in that way. because you can't expand one before the other no matter what. You'd have to expand both, in which case, how... I don't get how that works. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Everything else... so macro, arg, string. Did you say something else earlier? Number.
Macro arg, string, number, and outer integer type. I think that's all of them.
Okay, and then arbitrary int has the actual number in its text. So all we have to do
Does
is...
it? No,
Yeah.
it has it in the identifier, in the integer, I think.
It has both.
Does it still have that? I suppose it still has that, but when you still need to prepend the I or S or N or whatever you chose.
Yeah.
What's the prefix for that? I think.
I think I chose S or I. I think both work.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Well, we need to choose one.
Yeah, I chose S apparently.
Hmm.
Where was I? I just screwed up. Okay.
S or U, I see.
How do I do this? Isn't it gonna have to be like this?
What does token type to string return? Does it return a span?
Token type to string returns a const char pointer, as far as I know.
Okay. How do we make a string from that?
I think,
Do we
yeah.
have that?
Yeah, I think that's string create.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. The reason this isn't working is this isn't a string.
I see. Talk text is a string buffer. That is annoying. Yeah, so we need to do that. Can we just make a string? You can just maybe a string buffer create something, honestly.
We should, but I'm going to leave that for a
As
refactor.
string buffer, something like that.
Exactly. So p.talk.text.data equals text.data p talk.
Because I'm telling you already, we're gonna have to repeat this 5 times in here. This code we need to convert a string to a string buffer a lot.
Do we? Okay.
We have to do the same thing for the other cases.
Okay.
String as string buffer or something, then that converts a string to a string buffer.
And to do this, we're going to have to do like something like this, right?
I would just, yeah.
And then dot size is equal to string dot size. Is this how I do it? Okay. And then dot... Okay, so dot capacity will also equal string dot size. Are we going to copy the string?
No, it's fine, I think. Should just move it, quote unquote.
So data, string data, size, capacity, string capacity. That makes no sense. Okay. As string buffer. So we want...
Oh, we still have to be careful that you can't just wrap that because it's a fucking macro. It will call it 3 times if you do that. And make 3 strings because it's a macro. In that case, can we make that a function instead of a macro, actually? That might be better to make as string buffer a function.
That's kind of cursed, is it not?
Well, just make it an inline function. That should work.
But then we can't pass a span to it.
Yeah, we shouldn't pass a span because a span is const, and a string buffer is not. So passing a span to it is nonsense.
Okay.
We can only pass strings to it, so that should be fine. I'm looking at the wrong screen, that's why. There's a delay. Okay.
Oh, you... Rip. Yeah?
That looks better, yeah. This way we don't have that problem with things being evaluated 10,000 times. And now we can just put that in.
But we
Yeah,
still, this is still leaking memory, so we'd have to free text.data, no?
Yeah, if it's allocated, yeah, sure. I suppose.
Okay, just checking. Okay. And then we don't have to do any of that. This is fine. This is clean enough. What are we doing now? Convert number to string.
Yeah, that we can just use format.
Like print?
Like print, but instead of print, you write format.
Do we have format?
Yes, we've had that for a while now. I keep telling you not to use snprintf because of that.
Okay. I've totally forgotten.
I know.
Kevlar Brasher says, this is the first time I see someone working in Emacs. Very interesting. Oh, well, welcome. I'm glad to introduce you to the wonderful world of free software. Emacs is wonderful. I really recommend it. It's not for everybody, but if you think you like this by looking at what you're seeing, you probably like it. Oh, Hepex Poke, OX Waleed, thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Should we do signed?
I just do unsigned. Well, actually signed, sure, but preferably without the new line. Format returns a string, just so you know.
Okay. And then we can do the same thing. Legendary. I'm going to use this here as well. Okay. Prepend $. Something like this.
Okay, and one more thing for identifier, just break, do nothing, because we don't want to do.
Oh, we don't. Yeah. Great catch. Great catch.
Okay. Now, for this to be useful at all, we still need to have a way of distinguishing between tokens escaped by the backslash and regular identifiers. And what I've done is I've added a Boolean flag to the token that checks. I've called it artificial, that checks whether it's created by some sort of escaping or whether it's just a regular token. And then what we can do is where we check for end macro and emit, we can make it so we ignore these artificial tokens then. We don't ignore them, but we don't treat them as end macro or emit.
Hypixpoke says, appreciate the C streams. Chat says, do you use evil mode or hotkeys? I rolled my own config. So it's default Emacs with everything in my emacs.files repository built on top of it. You were just saying that, what? I totally forgot. We're doing something.
For this to be even remotely useful, we have to have a way of distinguishing between
artificial, okay,
and artificial ones.
Why do we need that distinction?
Because if we go to end macro, the whole point of what we're doing this is so we can escape end macro. But end macro is always identified.
Okay, I'm getting you now. So each token has to say, am I real? Am I a real boy, basically?
Yeah. But we ignore that flag when we compare tokens. Like, we don't care about that at that stage. We only care about that in certain places.
Yeah. So if identifier created via escaping, this will be here. Something like that. Okie doke.
We need to set that.
Where do we set that?
Where we
the backslash. Okay.
And in where we set the token type to invalid, we set artificial to false when we basically initialize the token.
Yeah?
We could do it before that because that means we can end up with an artificial end of file, but I don't think anyone cares. Sure.
We'll just put it there. It doesn't matter.
I don't think anyone cares about an artificial end of file. So.
Yeah, it's really not a big deal. You set artificial flag or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, reset artificial flag. What else? // we set it to true. Presumably when we do the shallow copy, that will be copied in copy token. I mean, do you use Vim style motions key sequences in Emacs, or do you use Emacs shortcut for that? A mixture of default Emacs key bindings and my own, because it's just a homebrew. If I don't have something, I make it. Emacs has a Vim mode? Emacs has 2048. You think it doesn't have Vim key bindings?
Okay, so now we need
Okay.
2040. Now we need to actually use this in 3 places.
The artificial bit or the string bit?
Yes.
Okay. If ptalk ident and ptalk.artificial or not not artificial. Okay. Then it equals end macro. Otherwise, we will have just gotten the identify. Okay, yes. So now in nested definition, that?
Yeah, we don't even need to escape the macro in the midst. We just need to escape the end macro because that's what it's looking for.
That's fair. That's fair.
But I
So
would still go back to the file and do the same for emit and macro. So we can escape those if need be.
yes, so above when you're talking about that.
Yes.
Ptalk artificial not. And then macro as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one more thing, not sure if you've done that already, but at the beginning of next token where we insert tokens.
Yes.
We need to check if it's macro and pass a macro definition if it is.
So it's not a macro argument.
Before the return.
Here?
Yeah, if it's an identifier and if it's macro, then we need to pass a macro definition.
Okay. So if ptalk.
I would do it after the expansion index, but sure.
Okay. So what is
it has to be after we increment the expansion index, otherwise we're gonna read the same token over and over again.
That makes sense. And what we're doing here. Oh geez. So if it's an
identifier and it's macro
and it's artificial,
we don't care about that here, I think.
Okay.
Really.
So if it's an identifier and it's equal to macro or emits or end macro.
No, why emits and macro don't do anything here, just macro.
Oh, because okay, this is okay. I'll get there, I promise. This part is confusing, I'm not gonna lie. So string equals with ptalk.text because this is an identifier. So if we get macro,
and why I even do this, I would clear the artificial flag, irrespective of what it is.
currently,
So because outside the if even.
ooh,
Because otherwise, when we reinsert the escaped end macro, it will not be treated as an end macro because it will still be artificial.
okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. I don't know what to put here to explain that, but that does make sense. Set artificial to false because, for example, if we are setting, if we are inserting end macro, why does that think it needs to be escaped? If we are inserting end macro, then we want the inserted identifier to not be artificial and be treated seriously. Naturally, thanks for breaking there. Okay.
Now, if you somehow end up in the degenerate situation where you'll have to make an external call to something called end macro from an inside, so from within a macro definition, then we'll just come up with a different quoting scheme for that because honestly, that's just absurd.
That sounds ridiculous, yeah. We'll probably have a quoting scheme eventually for like, this is a function. Call it.
Something like that, whatever, something, yeah.
No formal grammar. Did you look at the repository? There's a big formal grammar. And
there isn't really one for macros because they're not really a grammatical structure. It's hard to like kind of define a grammar for them.
they can literally be anything. Artificial. So if it equals macro, why do we need to do this? Am I crazy? Does this need to happen at all?
Yes. Because otherwise we can't have macros defining other macros.
I see. Do I call next macro?
Yes. What you call whatever passes the macro. I forgot what we called that. Oh, whatever passes the macro definition.
That's next macro.
Sure.
And then there's... Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see.
Oh, I changed to utils.
Oh dear.
Did I put that in utils.h?
They did not make it inline. You didn't.
Like that? Okay.
Well, 69.
Is that right?
Is that right?
Hey, it is.
I think so, yeah.
So we have a macro 69, which expands, which was defined with the define macro.
Oh God, what is this? What have you done here?
Yeah, so this is a macro that defines a macro with a name and a return value.
Geez, okay.
And then we're saying
yeah.
it works though.
Yeah, it works. Jeez.
And we could even define two macros, couldn't we?
Oh yeah, you can. You can definitely do that.
For fun. Emits return value as well. And then we could call for fun. And we should get two 69s.
No, what you're gonna get is probably an error. No, because it's discarded.
This value?
Yeah.
We technically, like literals and stuff like that, they're all discardable.
I see, okay.
I don't know if they should be, but often I do write stuff like
Fair
69,
enough, okay.
42, 35.
Okay.
I don't know.
You could add them together and subtract 69 or something.
That's true. Ah, yes. Is that right?
It's 69.
There we go. Oh yeah. I think that's a good test.
Mm.
Define a macro that defines two macros.
Okay, because someone in chat is asking what happens if you escape macro limit as well, not only M macro. It's going to be
Let's
the
do
same
it.
thing. Should be the same thing.
Yeah. Because even though they are artificial, that's never checked for, which means that we're actually just going to end up with the macro identifier, which means we will end up hitting
Reason
that.
why you don't need to escape those two is because at that point the Lexer is only looking for end macro, and anything that comes before the end macro will just be treated as a regular token and not expanded. So that's why
Yes.
you don't need to expect to escape those, only end macro. Yeah. You could even write like escape macro and emits for the first but not the second to show that both work. Like for the
Nice.
first,
Yeah. That took me a second to get what you meant. I was looking at this macro in emits, and I was like,
I see.
we can escape those? Oh
Yeah, not
wait.
those.
Yeah, that would
Oh no, that's not gonna work.
it wouldn't?
Nope.
It does.
Why does that work? Are we not checking for artificial when we handle macro?
We definitely aren't.
Should be.
Should we
Did
be?
we forget about that? Let's go down. We are not artificial. Fascinating.
And we're setting artificial just to be sure. It is set it to true. Okay, it is set to true where? I mean, yeah, after this switch. Right? Oh, hold on.
Outside the if, that makes sense enough. Yeah.
Oh, that does make
Oh,
sense.
Jesus Christ. We need to enable raw mode here. We're stupid, both of us. We're summarily idiots. Okay, we need to enable raw mode here before we, otherwise it's gonna, what's gonna happen is when we call next token to get the identifier that we're about to escape, it will expand the macro. That call to
Oh
next token
dear.
expands it. We need to enable raw mode. Oh my god.
And then disable it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Actually, no. See, this is why I have temp set, because here we want to set raw mode to back to what it was before. So we have to save the value of raw mode, enable it in case it's disabled, and then reset it. This is why I have temp set, by the way. It's not just to toggle it back off, it's to toggle it back to whatever it was before.
That's a good point. That is very
Yeah.
handy.
Because you run into that all the time with like nested things. Fascinating. Yeah, now that's expected because now that's no longer a macro definition and you just have a rogue macro add somewhere. That's correct. If you go to the file, you'll see what I mean.
Yep. So the reason this should work like this is because when we escape macro, we don't want it to be treated at the top level when we escape macro. We don't want this to be treated as another macro definition. That's why it's escaped.
In fact, you can add a test for that just defines macro as a variable and just assigns 69 to it and or whatever. You can make a test. We can add a test for that.
So that would be like escaped identifier.
Sure.
What is like this?
Yeah, and also you can also define an integer called integer or something.
Oh god.
Like /integer. Yes. Yeah. And then add them together. This is beautiful.
This is looking suspiciously like LaTeX.
Well,
all the backslashes.
And then add them together. That should work if we did everything correctly. Because the string representation of a keyword, I would hope, is just the text that is the keyword.
Yes. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Test.
I was like, that doesn't look right at all.
Oh, too many.
Yeah, there's over 100.
Expect, okay, that's not quite working, it seems.
What isn't working? Why is it?
Wait, 8? Did I just say line 8?
Said
No,
line
1.
1, which makes less sense.
Oh, is that the right file?
Escaped identifier.end.
Uh-huh. Fascinating.
Where'd it get the type? Is that here? Let's assume it's there and try this. Oop, not that.
I know what the problem is. Go to the
Hey.
where we read the thing. Go to Lexa where we and the backslash. In the default case, we need to set the token type to identifier. Actually, in any case, we need to set the token type to identifier. We're not doing that.
Are we not? Oh, we're not. We're just setting the text.
Well, that would do it.
That might do it. Oh man, I gotta go soon. I want to do this for 8 more hours. This is awesome. Ah.
Okay, use the not integer. Like use what's another keyword? Like type. If works. Good one.
Oh no, it works.
Brilliant. Look at the assembly. I want to see the assembly.
Hey. We got macro and if.
Brilliant.
The best keywords. Wait, not keywords.
So yeah, I think we can commit this now.
I definitely feel good about that. Oh, we have macros. This is so cool. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is awesome.
I also just implemented them. Okay, for chat doesn't know that I just implemented basically this for my language, so that's why I already knew what to do pretty much. Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy because I just asked randomly, like, "Hey, how do macros work? And how do you think they should work?" And then Sorade was like, "Oh yeah, I just wrote an entire macro system. How convenient."
I've been thinking about how to implement this for a while though, so
about 15, 20 years.
Not that long, but for a few, I don't know, weeks, months, more or less, off and on. At least it's not like not the first time I thought about how to do macros and source. So that's why I more or less had an idea about what to do, and I decided to implement it recently, and it just worked fairly well. It worked first try somehow. I still don't know how.
That's truthfully like a Giga Chad moment. I hope you know.
Because that's rare. Normally things don't just work first try.
They do not. Ever.
I think the last time that happened to me was when I implemented like a Markov chain or something, but that was like that's like really simple code. So
it's quite simple. It's like an array.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a bunch of stage changes, mostly new test cases.
Yeah.
And what is this really going to be? It's just macros. That's it. That's so cool. This worked so well.
I told you it's not hard.
I didn't believe you.
I know.
Why would anyone believe you? It seems that hard. Like, oh yeah, just implement, macros like LaTeX, the super complicated macro system. I just implement that.
Yeah, well, LaTeX macro system is a lot more complicated than this. I mean, the essence is the same. With def, you can define argument lists that more or less work like this. There's a few differences. For instance, something that LaTeX has is where if you write something, I'll write it in chat so people have an idea of what I'm talking about. If I write like something like def, then the difference is that in LaTeX, the way everything between def and the opening brace is the argument list, and the way it passes it is literal tokens are matched literally, just like here, but arguments are basically matched more or less like regular expressions. So everything between the opening square bracket and the closing square bracket is going to be bound to 1. And if I do something like this, like just something like this, then I need to, okay, this is actually wrong because I need to give these things a name. So it should have been this. So it should have been this actually, because that's not valid if you don't give these things a name.
Which
So they
makes
have to have
sense.
a name, obviously, because you're defining a name. But B, for instance, the way you use B is if you have something like A, B, C, D, E, whatever, and then this, then 1 will be this, basically. So it like kind of binds everything up to the next token that matches to that parameter. And we can implement a token or a macro arg type that does something as well, for instance. Something like that as
Yes.
well.
Yes,
That
yes,
just
yes.
matches everything between a pair of parens or braces or whatever.
Which
So
we,
this is like we have the main system that implements macros in place. Now it's just about expanding the macro argument types, more or less. Something like that. Whatever. Yeah.
this is kind of what you're on about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which in LaTeX, that's the default. In our case, it isn't.
Yeah, I think that would be confusing in our case.
Mm-hmm.
Because it may be, yeah.
Yeah.
That's too much to keep in your head.
Mhm.
But just knowing this would be like, would this also allow for variadic arguments?
Sure. Something like that.
Or
Like
like
you can
currying? Because you could call A with
curry,
one less
probably,
thing.
something like that. You can definitely do these sorts of things with macros, I'm pretty sure. Because I mean, the macros we have right now are basically already. I'm not sure if they can like implement all of lambda calculus, but like we could try and make church numerals out of them, I suppose.
That's a good idea.
Lambdas they are lambdas. Like if you write that twice or 2 or whatever you want to call it macro and you call that with itself, it will just loop forever because it will just like, and I don't think it will even stack. I'm not sure it will stack overflow even. I think it will just loop forever. It might stack overflow. I'm not sure. I haven't thought this through, but it might also just loop forever and never terminate.
Which would be pretty awesome. Which is also like what the C preprocessor does. A lot.
Yeah.
So I've added new keywords, macro emits and end macro. Is that all we have new?
Yes.
If we're not doing the slash stuff. Oh, the dollar stuff.
Yeah, those should have a different color. That's it.
That's kind of rough. Regex wise, that's going to be, we're basically going to have to match dollar followed by identifier regex, right?
Yeah. Shouldn't be too hard, I think. Just assign the identifier regex to a global variable and then concatenate it or something with quasi-quote. That's how I do it. So that's how you're doing it as well, more or less.
Yep. Okay, so what? So I'm going to say macro arg regex, which is going to be some rx, which is matching, what are we matching? A dollar?
A dollar followed by identifier regex.
What is that?
You tell me. You wrote this.
Well, we don't highlight identifiers.
Ah, right. That's true.
So, is this fine?
A plus at the end. Okay, that and then like that as well as the digits and the plus. Because the first one has to be
One of these.
underscore or A to Z, and then after that we also have the digits. Yeah. And now a star instead of a plus.
Because we already have one matched here.
Yeah.
Nitrix
Someone
dev.
just oh, okay.
Good timing.
You were fast, it seems.
First time chat, Nitrix dev. New here. What's the plan for the code gen? LLVMIR? Ha. C, VM bytecode, assembly? Well, if you don't already know, this compiler is a little more mature than you might think. It already has multiple target backends. For example, we can generate assembly, or we can generate, let's take a look at all the things we can generate. We can generate assembly in Intel syntax, an ELF object file, or a COF object file. So, for example, code.object. Let's make a COF object because we're on Windows. Here's the debug printout, in which case we can now compile it and run it and get 69. Look at us. So we have a machine code object file backend, and we also have an assembly backend now, and we are working on more. Currently just for the x86-64 architecture.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting there. Fancy. Thank you. I feel fancy. And then this is going to be escaped.
Ooh, I just thought of something.
Okay.
What if we add WASM as a backend and then you can write your blog in Intercept?
Oh, that's actually a good idea.
Admittedly, to interact with the DOM, you still gonna have to go over JavaScript because there's no way to do that from WASM. So you're still gonna have to need some JavaScript. But if you want to do any computations on the background, I suppose, then you can use Intercept for that.
That's a good idea.
Unfortunately, like interacting with the DOM only works in JavaScript. It's not exposed to WASM.
Which is probably a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the nightmare that would entail. But
Mm.
how do I escape a backslash in regex? Do you know?
It's Emacs regular. I know how to do it in like normal regular expressions, but not Emacs regular expressions.
That's fair.
I'd assume either 2 or 4 backslashes.
2 or 4.
And inside of a character class, it's probably just 2.
Probably just 2 inside of a character class. Okay. So what is this?
Jesus Christ, Emacs.
Okay, so we're gonna use regex builder and figure out the proper thing to do. Hold on, I opened it in the wrong thing. Okay, it's 4 backslashes to match 1.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay, and // will match a $sign.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna need // and then our thing underscore 8 Z8 Z 0 through 9 star.
Yeah, that works. Nice.
Okay, step 1. Now step 2, the same thing. Whoops. But instead of a $, a literal backslash.
Nice.
Okay, I'm starting to get this. Regex. Yes. We don't need RX because we're not really doing any selection or Lisp interaction.
And one thing.
Okay.
Well, the escape identifier regex is kind of a complicated one because we could escape literally any token, but let's just leave it at this, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I only want to map the escaped identifier regex to the default face.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay. You get what I'm doing. We're not going too crazy. So we're quasi-quoting. Let's do the macro arg regex. In which case it's an improper list with one of the faces for int mode on the other side. What should a macro arg be colored like? A
I'd
string?
say its own color.
Its own color, okay. What
More
color?
I can give you a color.
I mean, like, just in general, like the same color as a keyword, a string. Should it be this blue? Should it be a gray?
I'd make
Should it be
like
this
something
kind of...
separate. Like the macro system is like entirely separate from the rest. Like orange. Do you have a good orange?
I may have a good orange. Let me
I
look
can
at...
give you an orange.
That would be good. I might need one.
I'm gonna give you the Monokai Pro orange
I
because
have
that's
this
the only
orange.
theme that I know or use. Actually, I know more than that, but I only use this one.
This is...
So the orange that I use this.
I've got this orange.
It's close, I suppose.
You've got this orange. Ooh, yours is more salmony.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, that doesn't matter because we have to find a face in font lock that has something like that.
You can make a new face.
Well, yeah, you can, but then that's not font locked and people making themes won't be able to change any of the colors and you're syntax highlighting.
Oh.
We have an escape face. We have a
They can
bracket.
just change, add your face to the theme or something.
Yeah, every theme that's ever been written for Emacs, we'll just rewrite it to include this intercept change.
Fairly trivial to add that yourself. I think if you know how to set a theme in Emacs, you'll be able to figure out how to change a font.
Maybe font lock property face. It's either going to be property,
Preprocessor face.
doc markup, or...
Preprocessor face.
You think preprocessor?
Yeah, but we're gonna have to change what it looks like, obviously, but for this one, but
Why? What if we have to change how it looks, then that doesn't make sense because it's meant you don't have to change it per language.
okay, I am suggesting it to be orange and just make a face that's orange and use that. Is
That
what I
won't
would do.
work for other people. That would work for me.
They adjust it for themselves. That's not our problem.
It is our problem. I'm going to use property face.
Jesus Christ,
I can't
okay.
believe you don't care about people.
I don't.
See? Gosh, LSP is too similar to
I
Lisp.
have had to learn how to set all sort of nonsense in Emacs too, so should other people. It's not that hard. Like setting a font is not that hard. There is a fucking GUI for it. So
It's true.
that's not the hard part, okay?
It's not hard, but people aren't good at doing easy things.
I think if someone is like willing to invest in like the time into configuring Emacs, they'll figure out how to use a font. And I don't think anyone will just use Emacs without configuring it. I doubt that there's many people who do that. So
You're correct in your astuteness. Syntax highlight macro arguments. What is this? Int mode face macro args. Okay. Macro args. Naturally. That'll be at least close. Now what else do we have other than macro args? We have the stupid escaped identifiers, but those we don't need a face for because they're the default face. What is that?
see.
What is the default face called? It's called default. Okay, naturally. That's a Lisp moment. There's literally a variable bound to the default.
Of course, there is.
It's kind of scary. But it's not an actual variable, it's a face, which somehow is different from a variable. I don't even want to think about that.
It's a different slot or whatever it is, probably.
Void variable int mode face keywords. Oh yeah, because it's not, didn't do this whole thing. Eval buffer. Well, it created something. I guess I get to load file and try it out.
Mm-hmm. That is fascinating.
Very fascinating.
I think you forgot the thing where you need to tell it that it's only a keyword if it's preceded by not.
You can't do that. It's regex.
Yes, you can do that with like
No.
beginning of word, end of word. There's like, what is it, backslash less than sign or whatever it is.
Well, I've fixed it somewhat.
I mean,
So that goes to the default. Why is everything else broken? It's like it passes something as soon as it
yes, the first one, but it just accepts and doesn't try again ever.
yeah. Also, that's not what I meant to do. What is it? Okay, load file, please. We also have 4 fun. That's pretty funny. Well, I'm just gonna call this fine because I can't fix it. It's a problem.
To end of word, beginning of word in regex?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'll show you a screenshot of what I mean.
I'm scared.
Let me open my .emacs. Where's my .emacs? Well, not where's my .emacs? Well, duh. Let's just grab any mode that I have. Let's see. Yes, here. So it's this. So this at the beginning and this at the end of the entire regular expression makes it so it, as I understand it, it has to be a single word. So not preceded by other letters or whatever.
So for escaped identifier, then what you're saying is for each of these keywords.
So like the prefix the entire keyword regex with backslash backslash less than and suffix it with backslash backslash greater than.
Like this?
Yeah.
Seems a little cursed.
I'm assuming that regular regex opt creates a group.
That's not what I meant to do again. I don't think that's worked.
Okay, what does I hate this. This is like the most annoying part about all of this. What does regex opt create as a string? What's the resulting string?
Delimiters include a backslash too. Oh, what did you say? I'm sorry.
What does the regular expression look like?
For keywords?
Yes, the resulting regular expression.
This.
Wow, look at that. It's already inserting that apparently.
Legendary. There you go.
So we don't need to insert that ourselves.
So that's what the regex opt words does.
Interesting.
Well, maybe it's the symbol table then. So maybe backslash isn't done right in the symbol table? I don't know. So technically we're saying that a slash slash should be part of a symbol, right? Should be part of an identifier. Because it should be the beginning of a word. Or should it not be the beginning of a word?
I don't know how any of this works.
That's fair. Well, it doesn't matter which way we do it, it doesn't work. So, so that's fine. What if we make it a unary prefix operator? Nope. Had to check. Yeah, I've got no clue there. And we're still not highlighting macro args, which is, that's fun.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got no clue why these aren't being highlighted. Because this should match.
Just the worst, honestly.
What is?
Font lock.
Font lock is not the worst. It's literally just a list of things that you should highlight. It's the best.
Yeah, but together with Emacs regular expressions, it's the worst.
I would agree Emacs regular expressions have... It shouldn't be based on regular expressions at all. But that's why in TS mode exists. Do you know how easy it will be to do this in Tree Sitter?
Good, then let's add it here and forget about the other one.
I can't add it here because it's not in the Tree Sitter grammar or the parser.
And add it to the tree sitter grammar.
That's going to take like 2 hours.
Oh, God.
Well, here's the thing. I have to go there to this to Tree Sitter int, right? And then I have to fix up the grammar, not even this grammar, just the actual code grammar for going, okay, when can a macro show up? Okay. How can I parse a macro? How can I, and then it goes from there. But that's going to take a long time because macros can go anywhere. And macros can have macros within them, and macros can, and then there's a lot to do. Basically, if you want proper syntax highlighting in macros, I mean, C doesn't even have that. If we go to a C file and then go to a macro, you can see that's not syntax highlighted.
Ah, yes.
So it's kind of like that. It is if you go to the regular C mode without Tree Sitter. They highlight keywords.
Oh, God.
But then again, C doesn't have any way to like make something not a keyword.
This is, I'm pretty sure C-line uses like ClangD or something for highlighting because it just works.
Terrifying. But yeah, so it's going very well. We have macros. Macros work, as far as I know. Let's try C test. Nitrix Dev says enhanced expressions. Kevlar Brescher says regex look ahead, look behind is what you need. No? I mean, if that was implemented in Emacs regex, then yeah, we could use that, but that doesn't exist. Hey, they all pass. Legendary.
Nice.
106 tests now. But you're right. If we had like an ECMAScript regex, then we could do that, but we don't.
But also, I'm looking at it right now, and even C-line doesn't highlight like doesn't do like proper semantic highlighting in macro definitions, but that might just be because of the case that they're just like a sequence of tokens, and the even ClangD wouldn't know what to do with them until they're actually inserted somewhere.
So in Tree Sitter, I may even make it as generic as like macro and macro. Anything in between is just white. Because
And make like the name green or whatever, or as a
yeah, the actual identifier. That's doable. And then we may be able to have like this macro arg highlighted, but we'll see how it goes. I definitely want to get to that in the Tree Sitter thing. Or if somebody else knows Tree Sitter, that'd be great if they could get to it first. Because that's a large part of incrementing the language. It just takes time to have it not look like this. So in int mode, yeah, I really am gonna have to figure out how this is gonna have to work. Because this, since underscore is part of words, ooh, I wonder if words are not symbols. Oh no. Yeah, words may not be symbols. Which means that when we match words here, oh god. Yeah, see? So what's at the beginning of a symbol? Okay, so that means I'm gonna have to go to the stupid syntax table
Oh dear.
I don't know how to do this. Syntax table. No, syntax entry. What is it called? It's called modify syntax entry. Thank you. Oh man. Okay. Symbol constituent. Word constituent. Those are different. So this is allowed within words. Is there something that disallows? Generic string fence, generic comment fence, comment starter, comment ender, string quote, escape. I wonder if we make backslash an escape character, if that would work, or if that would
Interesting.
make everything messy. Because it may just be an escape character for the next character, not like escape for in general. Hey, okay, that's better.
That's a lot better.
Now what you can oh, I see. The backslash isn't captured, is it?
Well,
Because
we
otherwise it will... Oh, we don't want it to be. I see. Yeah, my
yeah.
bad.
So
Yeah. So we need to match the backslash rule before we match the keyword rule. That's the solution to this.
is it?
Because once a rule matches, it's no longer considered for anything else, even if that rule also matches. So in the font block, you have to move the thing above the thing. Like the backslash escape thing has to be above the keyword regex thing.
Okay. That makes sense actually. We don't even have it anymore. I think I deleted it at some point on accident.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, the way it's right now, it's matching keywords first and then no longer considering that as a submatch. And apparently you deleted it, so it's not considering it at all.
Hey,
Okay, that's the guy. Emacs.
why did it do that?
Ugh.
Why is it skipping? So if I put it below, what happens? I'm just curious. They might be sorting the list. No, if I put it below, that happens.
Okay,
That doesn't make any
so
sense.
there's something wrong here. Hold on, let's see.
So this matches. Yeah?
Mhm.
Okay, just making sure. I'm gonna go and just copy paste that. Yoink. It's the same. So why did this not work? It's so nearly close. It's so
Hold on,
nearly.
go back. I want to look at it again.
So now when I like move by word, I don't include the backslash, just so you know.
Mhm.
But that means that the macro at the beginning of word will match. So what we have to do is actually include slash as a word constituent,
Mhm.
which is not what we did in the symbol table.
I see.
Allowed within words. It would be this thing. So load this file, go back here. Oh yeah.
There we go. Nice.
That's much better. That hurt my soul. I don't think I'm okay.
Okay, definitely commit that.
Why is that? Hold on. Hold on.
Hmm?
Aren't we supposed to have numbers?
Do we?
We should have numbers, but they're not being
Yes, it makes
numbers. Okay, hold on. Okay, so the regex works. Why are you not in the right face? Okay, so if I do font lock number face, see it's not the default, right? Is it the default? Is all this unspecified? Oh no, it's inherit from font lock constant. And that doesn't work because... What if I put that last? This is so cursed. It shouldn't matter what order it's in. Yeah, it still doesn't capture it. Maybe it didn't before. I'm just going to call that fine. I'm not going to worry about it.
Now, what about macros?
Yeah, those aren't being highlighted for some reason. Not really sure on that one. I mean, it has a value of font lock property face, which is a color.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this also needs the words thing?
Maybe.
And should an escaped identifier also have that?
Try it.
Okay. I didn't load the file. Naturally.
Okay, well...
Well, listen, it's not perfect. It has to do with dollar. I know it does.
Is dollar allowed in identifiers or in symbols in the symbol table?
It's not allowed. Ooh. Ooh. It's not in the symbol table at all. Should we also allow dollar within word?
What if you add it? Let's try that.
Naturally, it didn't work.
Plus.
So we have a proper regex, but now it's just not applying. Not sure why. What if we make that a symbol constituent versus a word constituent? Nope. Okay, just checking. What if it's a delimiter? No? Nope. Okay, just trying.
Emacs.
It's fine. It's fine. We're closer. We're closer than I was before.
Okay, let's take a look at this again.
I was just gonna delete it and commit everything, but that is we can take a look at it.
Hold on. No, that you did it the wrong one. The one for escapes works.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's actually doing anything now. I think it's actually just handled by the symbol table. Because we're now matching macro keywords only at the beginning of the word.
That's the case. Good God.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So macro arg regex. We know this works. I mean, we can copy and paste this into like regex builder and it works. So we know we're getting that at least, but we don't know that that's matching properly. But at first, see what happens. Reload. Naturally.
What if you put all backslashes there?
Well, that would be backslash or backslash dollar. No? Am I crazy?
I'm just guessing.
That's fair. We'll try it.
So let's try it with no backslashes.
Because dollar usually means the end of the line, does it not?
Yeah, well, who knows what that means this in Emacs.
Yeah, it means end of line. I don't know why nothing is highlighted. That's kind of worrying. Because if
That's the weirdest thing. You do something wrong, everything breaks.
Yeah, because if nothing matches, you'd think it just used the other ones, but it's not doing that apparently. So that's fun. Yeah, we'll get to it, I guess, because that doesn't make any sense.
Hold on? Do you have to escape? Because in Emacs, when you do capture groups, you have to do // parens. Are you sure it's not / bracket?
For these brackets?
Yeah.
I am sure. Simply
Hmm.
because of the regex builder thing, which does the Emacs regex syntax.
Yeah, I'm also doing the same. What if you take the underscore and put it at the end of the capture group? Or not the capture group, but at the end of the thing.
This thing?
Yes.
I mean, we'll try it. It shouldn't do anything. At this point, we're desperate. Font lock property face. It says its value is void. Hold on, that's good. That meant I was trying to use it. What are you saying? Font lock property face doesn't exist? Des face.
Fascinating.
Font
Did you misspell it somehow?
I must have.
Hmm.
I don't think I misspelled it.
Hmm.
We're setting it to the symbol name of the face to highlight int mode macro arguments with. Then font lock property face. Int mode face macro args. We're using it the same as the other faces. Am I crazy?
What if you just put font lock? Oh, hold on. No, okay, it's fine. What if you? I was just stupid.
Possibly.
Don't you have to put it in a capture group for it to work? Because we're not capturing anything. Put like the entire regular expression in a capture group. Like // paren.
In macro arg, this thing?
Yeah. The entire regular expression in a capture group.
Oh, that broke things.
Let's go.
Why are we doing this?
Try that.
Okay. No. Toggle debug on error. Okay. Void variable font lock property face. So if I just said font lock property face, that's what it does. Which doesn't make sense because it's a face that exists. Do I have to like do get face or something? Face? Like I don't get it. I'm getting confused. How was it working before?
Hmm.
Do you feel this is weird as well?
Yes. What I do know, however, is that if I'm looking at well, not all of them actually. The comment one isn't, but all the others are in capture groups. All of mine.
Okay. So
Hmm.
none of them work like that. So why are any of these working?
Okay,
I'm
hold
so
on.
confused. Because we're supposed to just be putting the symbol font lock property face here, which we are,
Mm-hmm.
and it's
Just put that there
quasi-quoted.
without just put that there and try that.
Without quasi-quotation, still says void variable font lock property face.
Jesus Christ, Emacs.
So does this need to be quoted? Like
Oof.
the actual value needs to be quoted. Not that. Oh.
Emacs. Oh my god.
I want to
Oh,
die.
now remove the capture group. I want to see if that makes a difference. Remove the capture group again.
Okay.
I'm gonna figure out how this damn thing works now.
It works.
No. Okay. Good to know. Okay. So
Uh,
now we know what the problem is.
how are these working?
Express that in Lisp. How do you quote? Do you need like 2 quotes?
Oh, I can just quote the unquote.
Does
Can I
that
not?
work? Will that insert anything? Will the unquote
So if
do anything that's quoted?
I quasi-quote, and then I unquote point,
And then you
and then I
quote.
quote that.
What does that do?
It returns quote.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Try that. That is absurd.
You can quote and unquote.
Uh-huh.
That hurts. That
That
hurts.
might be why the other ones aren't working. Let's see.
Oh, it
Okay,
works.
try the same thing for numbers now.
Yep. Oh my
God. That is absurdly stupid. To be fair, you're using what are you using? You're setting something, aren't you, for this entire thing?
Yes.
Using set you. I'm using def var on font lock keywords. Yeah.
That's scary. Because after the first time you load that file, it'll never update again.
It does update if I do Control X, Control E on the entire thing.
It will do that. Yes, you're right.
That's what I always do.
That's fair. Oh, it works now. Pog.
Numbers are still not right though.
No, they're not. Fuck.
Let's take a look at why.
I don't know why.
Okay, let's see.
So what is the number regex?
Number regex.
It's bracket digit plus. It seems to work. Okay. What lock number? Oh my god. Okay, that would definitely be a problem.
It's nil.
Why would
The
I
operator space is also nil. Why is that one also nil?
I don't know.
Yeah. No wonder it's not working. It's nil. Set the operator space to something that I'm pretty sure there's a font lock operator face or something.
Oh, there is.
Oh my god. No wonder it's not. Was it always nil? Did you change that? Did you forget to set that? What happened there?
I don't
I just
know.
want to know, why did it end up being nil? How
Still
did it
doesn't
end up
work.
being nil? Not why, just how.
I can't explain. I don't know.
Interesting.
Why was font lock number face nil? It's a def custom. Did I just not like numbers being highlighted and I was like, ah yes, must be the solution? This also doesn't seem to be working.
Int mode face numbers. Int mode face number seems right.
Oh dear.
Jeez.
Do I need to do this?
That shouldn't be necessary.
Because do we
That's
need to
what I get.
execute the quote?
Oh my god.
We might need to execute the quote so that we actually get the thing quoted. I don't know. This may be wrong, but I am curious if that's true.
Can't they just
Okay,
write a text editor in C or in C, not C, sorry, C++, where you can just call a function in a sane manner and not whatever this is?
Oh, we did it.
What did he change? How did it suddenly work?
I don't know.
Maybe you forgot to invalidate. Who knows at this point?
That's probably what happened. Oh, we have numbers. Pog.
We have numbers, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, let's commit
Okay.
that.
Now you can do. Okay, sure, yeah. Commit that. Good God.
Okay.
Ugh.
That is tiring.
Yeah.
Update highlighting for non-tree sitter mode. We still have to do all that same stuff, but now for the tree sitter mode.
Yeah, we'll come back to that eventually.
Yeah. Where's dollar? Also, this needs to be W. I am going to change the syntax table because I'll forget everything I did here.
Mm-hmm.
What else do we have? Did I change backslash? Did I change dollar? Dollar's not in the symbol table. That's fine. Okay, and then another thing I have to do is presumably... Okay, they're not nil in this one. Thank God. The number face is... Oh, that's right. We're just using font lock because this is tree sitter. I really should make both of these, like, require the int custom definitions or whatever, but it's fine. I can't add to keywords until I actually update the tree sitter grammar because looking for an anonymous node that doesn't exist is an error in tree sitter and crashes it. Okay, I think that's good. We did it. We have macros, and you can define macros within macros. And we also have syntax highlighting for it, thank God. Also, the last message in chat is just like what I want to reiterate times 1,000. Sir Aid is a giga chad. Zaineth and Manuel Fonsek, thank you so much for the follows. Okay, we implemented macros today. I would not have been able to do anywhere or anything near this without Sir Aid's help. So, Sir Aid, do you have anywhere you would like people to go or things for them to do?
Not in particular, I'd say join the Discord though.
Hey, Pog. I like that. I like that idea. If you don't already know, there's a Discord where we do tons of stuff. Be like XFC83 and join the Discord. We enjoy all of you very much. So, ooh, there's a bunch of stuff to read. I'm excited. And, or am I just way old? Oh, I'm way old. Azarwinus no longer wants the notice role. He's gone. But yeah, if you want, join. Oh, like Kirito guy. What's up, Kirito? And ask to join the notice role if you'd like to be notified and get an announcement every time I do one of these beautiful streams. Other than that, I just set up recently a blog. If you're interested in anything like that, it's very bare bones right now, but I really recommend it. It's got an RSS feed, so if you have an aggregator, just subscribe to this feed and you'll know whenever I post a blog post. It's got light mode and dark mode and syntax highlighting for code. So check it out. It's fun. And I plan to write a lot more here in the near future. Other than that, check out the GitHub, start this repository, clone it, build it yourself. It is in C with no dependencies. All you need is a C compiler and CMake, and you can have this glorious intercept language running on your system. That's right, these macros can be executed on your computer. Other than that, there's a YouTube in case you don't like catching these things live. That's @/@lenser. Apparently /lenser works too. I didn't know that. That's new. Okay. You can do just /lensr apparently, and that's my URL, and you'll find all the VODs. I can't believe that worked. Why did /lensr work? How have I never tried this?
Interesting. You should do one of these again.
I really should do another... Oh, that's bad quality. I really should do another Gorse. It's totally doable. Ooh, I should do an intercept Gorse. How long has it been? 9 months?
Do one now. It doesn't take that long.
It takes very long.
No.
Yes. Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right.
It doesn't.
Oh, this makes me mad. Because I generated an AVI. Oh, this is slow. This might take a while.
Just add an argument to speed it up. And to like reduce the time that when nothing happens.
It's somewhere here.
Do I still have a command line in my history for Gauss? Let's see.
Where are we at?
I've Gauss help. So I did a Jesus, okay. Dash A and dash C apparently is what you need.
Dash C.
I would suggest you read the documentation because those take arguments.
Ah, that's no fun. Timescale scale.
Simulation timescale. I'd like dash C10 or something. Or it's just 16. And dash A also takes an argument. We have to see what. We need to read the documentation for that. It's in the documentation, and I'm sure of
it's
it.
seconds, but I don't know why 0 seconds doesn't work.
Auto skip to next end. Okay, I would not put 4 there because it would wait 4 seconds before skipping. I would like put point 1, 0.2, 0.01 or something.
4 is the maximum, apparently.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
This is still incredibly slow. There's gotta be some way to speed this up. This is what it looks like, though. I'm getting code gen. I got the type checker. Environment.h is out there. Got the license. Ooh, we got some help. I'm pretty sure when you get here, it's going to be quite... Yep, here it is. Yes. So awesome. Look at that.
Oh, that's the, yeah.
Every time you show up, it's like things move 8 times faster. Ooh, it's too big.
We're already in November, so that's fairly fun because it skips like days when nothing happens.
Yeah.
That's what that thing does, that A option or whatever it was.
There's syntax highlighting for Vim, which happened first, ironically. Now we have the IR mode. Oop, CodeGen got split into its own. Oh, I can just start it anywhere. Oh, that's satisfying. That's very satisfying. But yeah, I should make what I should.
It's the .un files.
That's right. They should get out of here soon.
There, yeah.
So sweet. I can't believe there's over 100 of these.
And now most of the contributions are going to be you, I think.
Yep.
For a while.
And then it's now. That's basically what we did in the last week. We have all these macros. We have the local integer. We have the tests updated. This is cool. I got to make another one of those videos, though. Anyway.
Apparently I have an S option for seconds per day.
That's probably what we need. That's probably what we would have needed. Or is it? I don't even see it.
Wait, you don't have that?
I don't have that. I have a different course.
What version do you have?
I don't even know. I have no clue how to tell.
Version, okay, at the top of the help message. Oh, okay, I have 0.54.
There it is. There it is.
Maybe you need to update your Gauss.
Ah, yes. Real-time playback speed.
Jeez.
We should do that one. Okay, anyways, thank you everybody so much for watching. This has been an amazing time. This has been part 58 of the compiler. And this is goodbye. Thank you all so much for watching. You know what to do. Go click those buttons. Specifically subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, follow on GitHub, star the repository of Intercept, clone it yourself, do all the things, donate if you have the extra money, and stay awesome, folks.